Cheers, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We needed to up it from the Band-Aids on Monday, you know what I mean? Whoo! Now I'm very curious. Oh, we got a good turnout today. We got a good turnout. Cheers, everybody, huh? Oh, yeah. So, I mean, just a reminder, folks, I'm glad to see a lot of people today because a day like today is even more important from like an educational standpoint, right? I'm super eager to hear people's takes. I was seeing what some people were saying online. Hopefully I can even get this thing up. I'll just keep this, jeez. Yeah, so lots to talk about. Actually, I mean, a little bit to talk about today, right? Most people are going to be talking about the price act. Oh, shit, is the stream going okay? It's telling me it's a little bit slow. I hope it's not too slow. I closed out of the spreadsheets, I promise. So, I mean, the price action, the big news here. But again, I tweeted that out today. It was a tweet, right? I included that link. So we'll go through these charts here, but this is the thing. So number one is just a reminder for folks, right? This stream, educational in nature, right? That's the idea. And I keep on telling people this, that my style of investing, I tend to have a different time frame from some folks. This is why I'm curious to see people's take on the stream today. Like, how are people interpreting this price action, right? This is why I tossed out that chart list that I shared today on Twitter, because for my style of analysis, again, I have a more aggressive style. It may not be suitable for anyone on this stream, right? I always say that. But for my style, like when I look at this price action, I'm like, okay, yeah. I've been saying this over and over again from this charts perspective, huh? I do get these charts up, but just quickly, when I back out to like this 5-year time horizon, right? I'm like in this $11 to $16 range, right? Like I say, the stream doesn't matter. Not the stream doesn't matter. The content of the stream is going to be roughly the same in this box because that's my investment style. That said, I know other people might be interpreting these moves differently. That's why I'm super curious to see what people say today. Because for my style, it's like, all right, yeah, we're still in that 11 to 16, like 11, 16, 11, 17, this box. Like that's my time horizon, right? Now, other people might have different time horizons, so they may interpret these short-term moves differently than me, right? This isn't about a right or wrong. This just might be a different style of analysis, different investment style, and so forth, right? That's why it's very important. If you haven't seen those investment styles on the YouTube channel that I uploaded, you got to check them out for some context here, right? And as far as, we're talking about technical stuff, right? Which is marginal analysis. Technical analysis for my style of investing is marginal, right? We've had no new news from GameStop. Nothing has changed from the fundamentals perspective, right? And as most folks now know, I mean, my thesis is grounded in the fundamentals. Check out all the GameStop videos that I uploaded, right? And so we've had no news from GameStop. We had some news, obviously, from Sony and Microsoft. In my interpretation of that was, Sony was really talking up the demand for this stuff, which a lot of us kind of expected, right? This is a huge console cycle that we expected there to be tremendous demand. Most people are saying that, right? And that was the new news from a fundamental perspective, but it was kind of validating what most of us already thought, that so it wasn't like groundbreaker or anything like that. But it was still good to see Sony kind of validate some of our opinions there. And I know, so that seems like it's on track, right? But no news from GameStop, nothing new on that front. So this is why, for my style, right, I find it super beneficial to be a fundamental investor, because like on days like on weeks like this, the thesis isn't really generally, it isn't impacted. For my personal thesis, it's not even impacted, right? Because now, like I said, when the facts change, you can change your mind, right? For me, I'm watching that $11 range, like that low $11 range, right? Whatever the heck. Oh no, I should do that. Oh, I did do that. I got it up right here. Can I zoom in a bit? So here's my point, is for my investment style here, let me go to the weekly. Nothing really changes in my analysis, you know what I mean? If anything, and now obviously educational, right? There's no recommendations for adding to a position or trimming. We're not going to get into that type of stuff, but generally speaking, forget about GameStop, but when you have these types of pullbacks, when you're in a position, these are the opportunities to potentially add. I'm not saying you should do that, right? It may be you shouldn't even be invested in a stock like GameStop. These super risky stocks, they sometimes, or even many times, are not good fit for individual investors. So that's one thing to always bear in mind. But if you were dealing in a stock, right, I'm trying to get to the educational aspect, that these are the times where you might be like on those pullbacks, you're waiting for those times. And that's why I always talk about, for me, like when a stock breaks out, like it's tough for me as a value investor to like add on the breakout, because like psychologically I like need that pullback. And so and what happens is with the market, it's not that uncommon to see it in the market where just stocks collectively go down, right? Obviously, this is the backdrop here, is that we're in this box, right? But the whole market has got, what did the market go down today? Did it bounce back? No, it ended weak, didn't it? I think it ended weak. Okay, yeah. So this is a. Oh, I can even pull this up. Oh, look at this. Like that's a bad week on the market, right? And so these happen. These happen on the market. Like this is typical for the market. And it's almost like for many stocks, not all stocks, but generally like value type stocks, right? Especially those risky ones, they get beat up on weeks like this, right? And they always need to be prepared for these types of things. That happens. To say nothing about GameStop, right? Like I said, the fundamentals are unchanged by this price action. And for my style of marginal technical analysis, it's not even out of the box. So that's why. That's why I'm curious to see people's takes, because if people are like, oh, this pullback's so much, it's like these volatile high risk stocks do this. They go down, they go up. And like I said, all else equal, you like to see it incrementally creeping up. That way, if you do have a down or even a pop off it, then you're at that new level, right? That's what I mean. It's marginal analysis for my style. That's why it's that fundamental side of things from which you can get conviction in a position, right? And again, this is aside from this is all these types of positions. That's why I always say it seems tough for me to not be a fundamental investor. I understand people can do it, and maybe they're successful at it. I don't know. But for someone like me, it seems like I can understand why people will be like, oh, this is going all over the place. And I'm just like, well, because I've done this analysis, you know what I mean? It's like it's barely changed, right? And we did go down. Oh, I did see. I posted this. Look at this. It went right down at the. Oh, you can't really see it, can you? It went right down there, right near the end of the day. That's because I did see that. That's why. And then I looked at the market. I saw it sold down. So it's right there, right? Now, if it goes down below, I'm not. Technical analysis, marginal stuff. If it drops down below there, we reassess. This is these really short-term charts, right? I call myself like a longer-term value investor. I got an intraday chart up here, but I'm trying to get that like short-term momentum type stuff just to gauge it. I'm not. That's not my. It's like I say, marginal analysis. I'm just taking a peek at it, see what happens, and then I went all the way down here. You'd see these boxes. If we start going below 11, then I'm like, all right, maybe things are settling down a bit here, and that like momentum and that really positive short-term sentiment. Like I say, usually I don't have strong opinions about like the short and intermediate term. I don't. I have my conviction is in that those longer-term moves. You know what I mean? That's my higher conviction analysis, right? This shorter term stuff, like this isn't high conviction stuff. This is just, hey, this is what I'm looking at. And if it breaks below 11, which it could, like in the near term, then I reassess. All right. Maybe sentiment wasn't quite as short term bullish as I thought. But unless that fundamental thesis changed, like it's all good. You know what I mean? It's chill. And then I back out to the weekly too, and it's a very similar looking. You can see in these charts why I'm looking at that like $10 to $11 range. But really, until we get into that thing, like you're just sitting back and watching. You know what I mean? And then you're checking out Microsoft and the Sony stuff too, right? That's the stuff that came out. I got a couple things I'm going to bring up here. Hold up. Oh, I pulled up the Sony stuff. Check this out. So this is 6. So Sony does you don't get this from Microsoft, but they broke out, and you can see the physical digital breakdown. I always liked that I included this in one of those early GameStop videos, right? Or the last one, and you can see it was interesting that. So you can still see digital full game downloads still quite a bit up, right? But physical declined a little bit less than digital this quarter. And importantly, you can see this number right here. This is that full game software digital. It's at 60%, right? So this is the type of data I included in that latest GameStop video, because this stuff's meaningful, right? This is Sony saying, hey, here's what this breakdown is right now. And one thing I forget if I mentioned in the GameStop video, I can't remember. But in the early weeks, in the early months of a new console cycle, folks tend to skew more physical, both the consoles and also the discs. That's where you tend to see more physical demand. That's why that was important for that downside protection from GameStop. And so you could see this drop. Look at it. It fell from 74% to 59%. I thought that was interesting. Obviously, we had quite a bit happening. You can understand why digital downloads were large this quarter with the pandemic and so forth. That's why I mentioned in that video, the GameStop video, I'm like, you should, as stores are opening back up, expect this to bounce back. Who knows who will level off here, but 74% for Sony was a bit high. You saw Nintendo was in closer to the 50% range. But so this stuff, I was taking a peek at this. I thought this was great. I like seeing this stuff, right? And what else did I pop up? I'll get to this. Let me do this one first. So I saw this one. I didn't see. So who was it that posted this? Was it Hugo? Oh no. Did I like it? Where is it? Oh, Smash. Thank you, Smash. Cheers. Smash had pointed this out, and then this article had come on after. It was just talking about there's no real info here. It was just, hey, heads up, GameStop kind of changing around their store, right? And this makes sense because like they've been focused on merchandising here and how to reorganize the store and that type of stuff. It's it's this is marginal type analysis too. It doesn't impact, like, this is stuff that I expect to be happening, you know what I mean? Even though I don't know exactly what they should be doing or all that stuff. And I'm like, all right, they're making those changes. I was keeping an eye. Just I saw that tweet come through when Smash had tossed me on there. Oh yeah, okay, they're doing some stuff, right? But not much else to take away. It makes sense. I'm like, yeah, you should be doing that. I didn't even know that they were still putting all those discs on the shelves. I don't think they do that at all GameStops. But I'm like, yeah, that makes sense because it just takes up space in the store and so forth. And obviously, with some of these transforming some of the stores, you want a little bit extra space on that, right? And okay, so I thought this was good. I had seen this was CU had tweeted this out. And I thought this was interesting too. I don't have the full article; it's just a headline. But the gaming brands dominating sponsored influencer posts on YouTube and Instagram. This is where we're talking about how GameStop has this Power Up Rewards database, and like there's this more targeted advertising campaigns from gaming companies. I don't know who the gaming brands are. It's besides the point. But GameStop, and this is what I mean. Like this is an opportunity for GameStop that they haven't really been leveraging in the past. A new digital type potential revenue stream that's different from like a Microsoft type partnership, and that's what I mean. That's why I got this up. Yeah. You know I got this up. I'm always going to have this up. Just another one of those possible initiatives that they have. So anyway, I don't have the whole article. It doesn't matter. I was just like, oh yeah, we kind of talked about that. So I was glad see you had tossed that out. That was great. And you know what this ties into too? I had this up. I wanted to. This ties into this tweet that I had just. What was it? This weekend, right? Where was it? Oh, I liked it. Am I in the likes? No, I'm not in the likes. No, I did. I retweeted. Did I retweet? Oh, yeah. So this is what I was saying. This is the opportunity I felt. So Maven Fund here had tossed out how if Cohen is successful in helping the company leverage their Power Up reward data to market to direct consumer, it could be 200 million to 600 million EBITDA opportunity stock. That's what I mean. Like if they pull this off, right? It's all probabilities, right? But if they pull it off, it could be substantial upside. And so I keep on thinking about that whole bull versus bear case, right? And I keep on thinking how it's that optionality that maybe many folks aren't pricing in, even if it's still not likely, but it's that optionality. So I was thinking of this today in light of this article. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm thinking, oh yeah, like there's a lot of eyeballs on games for extended periods of time too. There's tremendous opportunity there though. They could improve efficacy. Stephanie Wisink was talking about that too. I mean, do I bring it up again? How many times can I bring up this quick Seeking Alpha summary of it? But I keep on bringing. I like bringing these up. I know I keep on bringing up the same stuff, but these are the types of things. Like I talk about that optionality, right? She was just saying how this was generally, but just improve ad efficacy for vendors. So like gaming type vendors, right? And like and then you see something like this, like yeah, this makes sense because there's a lot of a potential opportunity here. And then a big question is, right? And this is a legitimate question. How does GameStop leverage this, right? That's fair. We do know that they have quite a bit of data via their Power Up rewards. It's likely that like a Ryan Cohen type sees the potential value there, right? That's kind of what this is getting at right there. You know what I mean? And I suspect that's part of, I mean, he hasn't spoken about it, right? What the hell do we know? But I'm like, yep, there's probably quite a bit of opportunity there. There's probably potential opportunity, right? Then if they can pull it off, that's a whole other question. That's why I said it. I forget which GameStop video, but I go, there's the first question of even if there's something here for GameStop, right? Even if there is a potential way that they can transform their business stuff, that's number one. And then number two is, can they even pull it off? Even if there is this opportunity here, can management pull it off? And this is the big thing for my analysis, right? Because for my analysis, I'm like, as long as management seems like they've been doing the right thing, they seem more than competent. Like I feel like they've been kicking ass on it, and this is why like Burry was agreeing with kind of management's takes on some of these things too. Why I am as well. The more I see out of this management team in the board so far, it's been going well. Doesn't mean it goes well to perpetuity, right? That doesn't mean that. But the odds have been increasing that they're kind of been doing the right thing here, the right stuff, and so the odds of these potential new revenue streams and them locking deals down, you know what I mean? They're increasing because I feel like they're not, the odds of them blowing it are lower for me. And I keep on wondering too, if that's some folks maybe are assigning a higher probability to that than I am, like a much higher probability to them, like really dropping the ball. Oh, I pulled this up too. And Dimitri, so we didn't go through this last time. Dimitri posted about this on his latest Seeking Alpha article, right? But I went through, so I won't go through just yet. But I went through this conference that Sherman and Bell were talking at, and I kind of just highlighted some points. Really, if you haven't seen this, go. It's on the GameStop website, but you can go look up Dimitri's recent comments and pull it up. But I boxed up. There's some really good stuff in here. That it's largely a review of a lot of stuff we talk about on this stream. But like they've been talking about this. This was in January 14th, boom. And I still feel like people are missing certain aspects of it, or they're just really, really discounting that they could pull it off. And that's fair. Like if people are going to discount it, even I was discounting this much more heavily in the early, like when this first came out, I'm like, yeah, okay, let's see. And they even talk about how it's going to be a rough couple of quarters, but how they're expecting later in the year, right? As many people would expect because of the new consoles and stuff. But they kind of laid out the plan. You know what I mean? And so it's good to review. Just like Dimitri's posting a lot of these quotes from old conference calls and from this too. It's terrific. But you can see they're following their plan. They even talk about how they're focusing on that first pillar, like cost initiatives and so forth. And if we'll have time, I'll go through just so I'm not going to read the whole damn thing here, but I'm just going to go through, just kind of reiterate the fact that they seem like they're on track and they get it. That's the important part. They get it and they seem like they're trying. Doesn't mean they definitely pull everything off. Everything's a probability, right? But so anyway, let me just pull that aside right there. And anything? No, and then just quickly, let me just go through these charts real quick, right? And so this intraday chart, right? Marginal. All this is marginal analysis. All these charts. A little bit less so the weekly, and the monthly and the weekly, but they're all really pretty similar charts. But so I give a little bit more. I pay a little bit more attention to this, but it's still marginal, right? The fundamental thesis is what is. That's the thing. I keep on saying that. Like you see me use technical analysis, right? But I always conviction is grounded in the fundamentals. I don't understand how you could ever have high conviction based strictly on a chart. I could never have high conviction. That's why I say when there's some play. We even talked about. Well, I didn't pull up Bitcoin today. What's Bitcoin doing today? Oh, let me just. Just a chart like Bitcoin or like a Tesla. All these charts, like they're just chart based. I could never have high conviction in this stuff. You know what I mean? Maybe there's other folks out there who do, but I don't. So it's just like this margin stuff I'm looking at. But yeah, it's a little bit bullish. It's a little bit bearish, but it's just never high conviction for me. Contrast that with my fundamental. That's why I really dig into the fundamentals. Take a long time. That's why I say it's a good time. It's a good thing for me, for my style. When a stock does nothing for a year, it's good. It gives me more time to dig in, more time to reassess, to watch price action. I bolt that on too. But anyway, so like when I'm looking at like intraday stuff, come on, like that's just all right, let's just see how sentiment is. But it's funny, we kind of ended up right on that green line, right? Not that is that all that meaningful, but that's what I'm showing you this so you can see what I'm looking at. And then I saw it got oversold on this intraday, 15-minute intraday. I'm like, damn, at the time it was still holding up. It still never got down there because it was like a higher low. But then come the end of the day, it like kind of got back down into that range. So it's like right there. But I was noticing, I'm like, oh, it's oversold, and it was still kind of holding up okay. But and then lower volume, I was just pointing out the lower volume. But I'm still noticing the higher highs, lower volume. But it can change. If, like I say, technical analysis for me is marginal. For other folks, it's more meaningful for their styles. And as they would say, like as the chart changes, you just change your mind. Like it's fine. And but not for the fundamental thesis. For me to change my fundamental thesis, obviously I need quite a bit more, right? Significantly more than a damn chart. Just makes me reassess that like short-term sentiment psychology type stuff. But for the daily, this barely registers with me, right? You can see it's still in that box. It was still overbought. We're right at 50, that pullback. It's going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see what it does tomorrow, right? Oh, we were right at the 20-day. It just closed right below it, so that's a bit meaningful, right? A little bit in the context of this chart, I mean, right? Y'all know this now. And then the weekly, same box. It was overbought. Like the overbought nature is bullish, but then they pull back, and then you reassess and stuff. And then the monthly. So everything else looks the same. You know what I mean? And then the increased volume. Anyway, I just thought I'd share that, and this is the stuff I was peeking at. But again, as we all know on this stream, I'll be curious to see everyone's. Again, cheers everybody, huh? I'm glad to see so many folks here. Like for an educational stream, these are the days. These are the days that are important, right? And because you share your thoughts on how you're thinking about stuff, how maybe price action is impacting your analysis. You can see how my more aggressive approach might view some of these moves, right? That doesn't mean that's a suitable approach for you, right? But even still, that's the idea is that you can at least see how a more aggressive style might interpret some of these moves. You know what I mean? But of course, never a recommendation or anything like that. But I still I always thought that it's super important to see that, and that's why I'm like trying to share my analysis here, right? And what we'll also do today, as I pulled up some of these things, we'll go through some of the broad market, not just the charts for GameStop, right? Because these always happen in context of something else, right? Like GameStop's a little bit unique in that we can look at how other gaming stocks have performing this week. We can also look at how like consumer discretionary broadly is performing, and then how the market is performing. And so in that context, you know what I mean? Like you don't just look at this chart by itself. How is the whole sector doing? How's the industry doing? How's the sector doing? How's gaming doing? How's the market doing? And when you see the market tanking like that, like these moves are less meaningful for someone like me. If this was happening and the market was going up, we'd be talking about this different. If you had the same exact chart, but the market was like up or flat, we'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'd be like, whoa, 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 what's going on here? This is a little bit more meaningful than if the stock market was, you know what I mean? Like some of this stuff I know goes without saying, but it bears repeating on days like today. It just does. So that's what I want to mention. So I got some charts pulled up here. Look at that. Is this the weekly? Oh, that's the daily. Oh, that was today. So today was a big down day, huh? Open, a gap down, big down. How about the weekly? Oh, look at that, huh? Even still, so it's still kind of in this box, right? It happens quick, so it takes people by surprise. It's like, whoa, what the hell? But I see this, I'm like, all right, yeah. And again, these days and these weeks happen in the market. This is how markets work. It's not that uncommon. What was it? Was it 2017 where it was a little bit uncommon? It was like just cranking higher with very little volatility. That was more aberrant, you know what I mean? These bigger days and weeks, like, not uncommon. So I just mean always be prepared for this type of stuff. It just, mentally, right? Okay, let's get into it. I hope I'm not falling too far behind. What is it, 7? Oh, man, I talked way too long. Cheers, Henry. Welcome. Oh, Henry, PBF. Oh, what did PBF do today? Oh, see? Okay, this is meaningful, right? There we go. This is why it's like you watching the chart, you be like, all right, this is kind of looking interesting. Maybe in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, okay, this kind of makes some sense. Maybe again, not recommendations, right? For this more aggressive Roaring Kitty portfolio, I view these types of setups as like, all right, we were here, we're retesting that previous low. Let's see what happens from here. But then from my style, what I like to see is, I sometimes like to see it crash through because we were talking about like the potential multi-baggers, right? What are some potential multi-baggers? But really, you want to get your ass kicked. Sometimes you need to get your ass kicked to get those big upsides, right? So with an interesting company like PBF, I'm like, oh, wouldn't this be interesting if it falls from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2? And because that's where you have that tremendous, like it could be that the thesis remains unchanged. It could be liquidity risks have increased or credit risks have increased, right? That's why you always have to dig in. That's the fundamental aspect, right? But I see this and I think, whoa, that's bearish, right? On a short, is this the daily? This is the daily. So I back out to the weekly, right? And there you go. That's a little bit bearish. It's just one couple of days, maybe 1 week. If you see it down another week, right, then it's like, all right, this is really a downward move. But even still, this is a red flag. Thank you, Henry, for reminding me of that. I mean, I was going to go through these names. I did see that it was a whole bunch of GameStop didn't look like it was as bad of a performer today relative to some other names. Of course, I saw it was down yesterday too, right? What was it down yesterday? 12.50? I forget. Okay, let me keep going. Oh, yeah, we were doing over under. Yeah. Well, it's hard to compete against them. When the market's selling off like this, that's what I mean. If it's a value stock, like even sometimes it doesn't even, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but this is why it's the good thing with GameStop this time around, right? For those longs, the longs who have been in GameStop for so long, like these days are like, not these days, even these weeks, we're kind of used to this a little bit. I almost want to say inured to the pain, and that's just the way it goes with some of these value stocks, but GameStop in particular because sentiment had historically been so bearish. But this time around with GameStop on these big down, like the last time we had huge down weeks and down moves and stuff. Do I still got it up here? It was like back. Let me just see here. Like we haven't had it in a bit of a while, maybe a couple weeks back. That 1 week is this the weekly, and then it's been a while since we had big weeks. But what I'm getting at is that this time we're in an uptrend. We're in a bullish uptrend. All these other times the backdrop was bearish. Now, some people look back longer term and they go, oh, this is still bearish, right? Some people do that. And I think many of us would counter with, oh, well, the story has changed significantly since then. That's why it's important to look at the fundamentals, right? But so the backdrop now is much more bullish than it was historically, and you're a bit more of an uptrend, right? And so that can kind of support a stock. It can, doesn't mean it will, but it can much more so than it did in the past. That's why I was saying, like back in March and April, I was kind of looking for stocks that were in strong uptrends. And as it stands right now, GameStop has been in an uptrend these past couple of weeks and months. It may not, maybe that breaks. Maybe it breaks below 11 and 10 and on no news or whatever. Everyone keeps talking about news, myself included. But what if you don't get it? You need to be prepared for it not getting it. It still seems like we would get some at some point, but you don't even know how the market reacts to it, right? Who knows how meaningful it's going to be? So sometimes this can just go on, and if the stock breaks, then the technical analysts or the marginal buyers, they'll just sell off. They go, I was in this for the squeeze, or I was in this. That's why that stuff's marginal. It's sideshow stuff. And so they just sell off for the same reason they bought in. They bought in because of these unique characteristics. They'll sell off just as quickly. That's important to realize. So when that stuff Anyway, that's what I was just getting at. That it's nice that this time around, you got that bullish backdrop. So I'm more kind of dialed into like how's it reacting. That's why I shared this one at first, because I'm like, this is holding up okay for my analysis. Again, relative to how it was holding up the past like 18 months, every time get his ass kicked. I'm like, all right. And then March and April happened. I'm like, look out, GameStop. For a while, it was holding up okay, and then it just collapsed just like everything else, right? Anyways, my point, it's hard. It's hard enough to withstand a market sell-off, right? But it's a little bit more easier if you're in a stronger uptrend. But at the end of the day, GameStop's still a risky stock, so that's why you kind of see at least some of this. It explains some of this price action, right? Okay. Okay. Again, welcome everybody. Who do I got? Okay, Henry. I got a Henry. Uber. Welcome, Uber. Steve. Okay, just have it going back and forth. Oh, yeah, Steve, I had to. Is that you? Yeah, I hadn't seen that. Cheers to that. I thought that was funny, huh? Oh, shit, that's great. Someone had tweeted that out or shared it somewhere. Oh, that was funny. Cheers, Steve. That's great. Oh, Steve, that makes it even better now that I know it was you, Steve, huh? Tigran, welcome. Oh, geez, Tigran, thank you so much. Thank you. Tigran saying that a minor technical issue is the mic might be too close to your mouth when you laugh. It blows air. Thank you, Tigran. Thank you. I'm so thank you for that because I don't know this stuff and I'm new to live streaming. Thank you, Tigran. I apologize, folks. I'll back it away a little bit. My bad. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that, Tigran. Just saying when I was too mic's too close. It's kind of messing with the sound. My apologies. Oh, is there a new one posted? I didn't see it. TM, there you go. Yeah. So, yeah, TM pointing that out. Like, so nothing changed in the fundamentals, right? Pointing out that same thing. But that's the thing. It can still weigh on folks mentally and psychologically. That's why I say, like, days to, like, I'm happy to see. Cheers, everybody. It's important to come, like, on days like today. Because, like TM says, it's human nature to be like, it's like you said all else equal, you don't like to see a stock you might be really dialed into be pulling back. You know what I mean? Like I say, all else equal, you'd like to see it go up, of course. But even when the fundamentals don't change, it's like, oh, damn. You know what I mean? So, that's what I mean. Like, it's good to, like, you chat about it. And has the story really changed? What are people seeing in their analysis? That's why it's important to track, too. Because if you understand how people have performed analysis historically, and the types of things that they're looking at and stuff, then you kind of know whether or not how heavily to weight their opinion on something, right? Especially if their style might align with yours. But you would only know that if you've been tracking their analysis for a while or tracking their historical picks and stuff. That's the only way you can have your conviction. You can have conviction in your analysis of their opinions. You know what I mean? Because who was it? Was it Hagstrom who said something to the effect of, the world is littered with information. The scarce resource is understanding. I think he said that in one of his Buffett books, right? Like there are hot takes all over the place, all over social media, all over the place. And so your job. I mean, that first of all, if investing individual stocks is even suitable for you, it might not be, right? But if it is, and you're trying to perform your own personal due diligence, boy, you gotta perform your own research to understand which takes you should pay heed to. Do you know what I mean? Because just because there's a take out there doesn't mean that you should pay too much attention to it. You know what I mean? So it's important because if you're tracking this stuff, then when it starts to work it against you, or you're like, I know fundamentally nothing changed, but it's really weighing on me. At least you know where to like look for some analysis, some legitimate analysis. You know what I mean? Otherwise, there'll be this again. Hot takes abound. Increasingly with each passing year. There's just more and more out there. Thanks for sharing, TM. Dusty, what's up, Dusty? Yeah, that was great. See, I thought I was dying. BCG, what up? Cody, welcome back. Xenian, welcome back, welcome up. Cheers. Yeah, so Cody asks, does this stock have a bottom, or are we just going to continue like this until? So I just kind of touched on this, right, Cody? That the backdrop, the market's kind of selling off here. In the short term, there's no bottoms. There's no guarantee of anything, right? That's not how the market works. I mean, I know Cody knows this, but I just kind of getting the conversation going, right? But like I said, I'm in this for my style of analysis, right? I'm in this 11 to 16 box, right? It's like and the only thing that's going to really change my mind on the fundamental front, of course, is going to be fundamental news, right? Something that really that is meaningful, bullish or bearish. I don't care. That I'll reassess. But as far as that like shorter or even intermediate term technical analysis type stuff, if it breaks below 11. I mean, I don't want to. That's not a bottom, of course, right? A bottom is 0, right? I mean, that's where the bottom of any stock is theoretically. But that's why I say that for me, this technical analysis is marginal, right? You crash right through it. You see these lines on the box. You think the market cares about these arbitrary squares that I've put on in these lines? The market don't give a shit. The market don't give a shit about like values we might assign or the technicals. At the end of the day, market's gonna do what market's gonna do. This is just like stuff I'm looking at. And for me, Cody, I'd say that like $11 range is kind of what, or even low 11s. That's kind of where I'm taking a peek at. Where I'm like, all right, maybe sentiment-wise, technical. I mean, I already touched on some of that, so I'll keep going. But I just thought I'd just respond quickly. Cheyenne, yes sir. What's up, Cheyenne? Oh yeah, you going, Dad? Is it 3 days straight? Yeah. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Again, backdrop, market, a lot of stuff going on there. So I say if the market was up and the stock was going down, that would be a whole nother thing. If GameStop was releasing news, fundamental news, and the stock price was going down, that'd be even more meaningful because that'd be like, yo, the market is digesting this new news pessimistically and kind of selling off. It'd be like, all right, really time to reassess them. But otherwise, okay. See you. Cheers. Welcome. See you. Welcome. Simon. What up, Simon? Cheers. Amateurs class. Welcome. Super saucy. Welcome back. Oh, yeah. That was amateurs class. Okay. Dennis Peak. Cheers. Welcome. Ted. Polygon. We got a full 85 peeps. Cheers to all y'all, huh? This is great stuff. Talk about Thursday. Bad market day. That's right. All right, so amateurs noticing that too. BCG, yeah. Yep, okay. People seeing other people's takes too. yeah. Portnoy, yeah. Okay, people sharing their takes there. Okay. Yep. Hard market day. Yeah, volume was low. I saw people. That's why I circled that there. It doesn't mean it couldn't be high volume tomorrow, right? That doesn't mean as it changes, you change your mind. But what I see, again, I've already said so much. The backdrop of the market selling off, right? I mean, if we pull up this Roaring Kitty portfolio, it's going to be red all over the place, right? I already know. And I closed. Well, now the stream's picking up. I closed it. I saw the stream was going slower. Is it still closed? Yeah. But like when I see the whole Roaring Kitty portfolio is getting hit, that's why it's good too. Education here, right? Just a reminder for folks, this stream we've been focusing on GameStop because there's so much happening, the new consoles coming out, right? And it's a position where we're all many of us are interested in. It seems, but it's just this is a good reminder for folks that keep your finger on the pulse and be tracking other stocks as well. You know what I mean? Because if you don't see what's happening with some of these other stocks or even other positions in your portfolio, if you have them, like when I see the other positions in the like market aside, sector aside, but the other specific positions that I'm tracking, you know what I mean? When I see those are down too, then I'm like I don't really care what GameStop's doing so much. I mean, it's not that I don't care. You know what I mean? Hyperbole, but I'm just like it's just so much less meaningful because everything else is going down. But so I was talking about the market, but someone just reminded me too. It's like that's why it's important to see what are other gaming stocks doing? What's consumer discretionary doing? What's the market doing? You know what I mean? And then when you see all that stuff kind of selling off, you're like, oh, okay. And then all right, so GameStop's maybe that's at least part of the reason for the sell-off. You know what I mean? Well, I think most of us know that. Sorry, I'll keep going. But indeed, I noticed that the volume wasn't super high, but it got sold off and it still held up originally, but it didn't stick that end of day low sell. But it was on really low volume, as I recall. What was the total volume at the end there? Like the last couple, whenever that happened, the final sell-off. What was that final sell-off? This was on really low volume, as I recall. That last half hour, but I forget. I took a quick peek. It was at like just a couple 100,000 shares. I mean, that's nothing. In this grand scheme of how much volume we've seen historically. And so that's another thing. If this was on heavy volume, it would have been more. These are those small things that I'm paying attention to. And so these are little things that it would have been more meaningful if this, if that. It doesn't mean it's meaningless. I'm not saying that, but I would have been paying much more attention to it. So anyway, thanks for bringing up that volume polygon. Hugo, welcome back. Hugo, welcome back. Yeah, some people were talking about the election type stuff past couple weeks, huh? Cheers to those folks. And like we talked about, GameStop is a higher risk value stock. Those will sell off too. I also thought too, and we have to see in time. Maybe some people disagree with my take that GameStop's holding up okay. This is my analysis, but I was talking about how maybe GameStop might hold up okay because of this console catalyst. You know what I mean? We need a little bit more data. We got to see if the market continues to sell. Today was down. What was it, the IWM down 3.5%? That's a big move. Oh, it was only down 2.7. Look at that. Oh, so IWM held up better than the rest of the market today. Is that right? Oh. Anyway, that's a big down day for the market, and GameStop was only down less than 7%. You know what I mean? For a high-risk stock, as some perceive it, it's not that crazy for those stocks to go down 10, 15, 20%. Again, if I pull up, we'll pull up the Roaring Kitty portfolio. But what was I just thinking about that? Oh, but so yeah, just this market type sell-off and how it's going to respond if the market continues selling. Oh, what's futures doing, right? If the market continues selling off, how would a stock like GameStop with it's kind of flat, with the catalyst upcoming, right? And people talking about consoles, I'm very curious to see how it holds up, right? I'm very curious. Just curious, that's all. Okay. Daily, welcome back. Cheers, Daily. Yeah, so Daily noticing the same stuff, lower volume. He's noticing RSI too. I was noticing RSI. You can't quite see that. I know, I would. RSI pulling back to that 50 range right there. Curious to see what it does tomorrow for that, but Daily picking up on that. Excuse me. Ready for the next PR, right? Yeah, if it's not so much PR, right? Because everyone's because of how strongly it reacted to the Microsoft news. I think that's why we've been all right, we're gonna get PR, even myself included. Be we're gonna get something here. But the big question is, are we gonna get something some meaningful news, especially some digital type partnership, right? And maybe, and if we don't, then it could just be we're waiting for quarterly earnings, which is early December, right? But we'll keep an eye on this, ready for the next PR. Because I keep on saying, if we do get PR, right, it seems like it would be interpreted bullshit. You never know, but that's my best guess. So I'm with you, Daily. We'll keep an eye out for that stuff. Oh, right, a harsh wave. Yep, of another COVID wave. I saw some European countries closing up some stuff too. Definitely something to keep an eye on too. How it's going to impact GameStop. Some folks talking about how GameStop is a little bit more prepared this time around, right? Especially if they have delivery that they're doing, if they keep stores open. Some people probably because they got the PC stuff. It seems. I think generally I think we, as an economy, might be better prepared this time around, but you never know for this stuff. It's these are legitimate risks, so I appreciate people tossing them out. You never know. Okay, Saucy seeing the same stuff. Yep. COVID sensitive stuff again. Okay. Yep, Amateur just said what I was. Their curbside e-commerce is ready for it, right? With the new app and stuff. I would just say they're better prepared for it. Doesn't mean we overlook it or ignore it or anything like that. I just say they're better prepared for it this time around. I agree with you, Amateur. Oh yeah, what was it? Oh, check out that. Oh, we were just below. So we were just saying. I don't know if Tom's here, but that 6 was it the 20? Was this the weekly? This is the 5-week moving average. We were right there at first, and then it just closed a little bit below. So we'll see how it ends the week, but it'll be interesting. We were just talking about this last week, right, Tom? Hey, Ty, welcome back. Yeah, so Steve saw that same thing. The whole market sold off those last 15, 30 minutes. We would have closed right at that. Yeah, this is tenuous support, right? It's this short-term support, and I kind of thought we closed right at it, right? I was more noticing the higher lows. That's what I was taking a peek at, right? But indeed, it was the whole market sold off right at the end there, right? Didn't it? Let me just see. Let me just check. Can I change it to the? Do they got intraday for this? There you go. Yeah. So I agree with you, Steve. I noticed, like, I was like, oh, maybe we're going to close right around that $12 range. It was like, boom, 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 boom. And then I backed out. I'm like, oh, shit, the market kind of sold off there right at the end, right? Look at that. Big move. Kind of relatively speaking, right? Relative to how I've been trading those past couple hours and stuff. So definitely noteworthy. Yeah, that's true. Dusty's saying, oh, yeah, it's just the effect on gaming demand and stuff. Oh, so I agree with Saucy. He's saying the technical analysis stuff on days like today is tough. Cheers to that. I agree. This is why I will repeatedly say this technical analysis stuff, it's stuff we can talk about, do our best to try to gauge sentiment and stuff. But like if everything's going down like this stuff, this is why it's just important to reiterate that it's marginal analysis, right? Because it can just whipsaw you all over the place, and especially on days like today. And I agree with you, Saucy, right? And it's not just with GameStop, but probably across the board. That's why I pulled up. Like, if we'll have time today, because I want to go through some of the charts on some of these other positions and just see how those charts are holding up. Like, for example, let me just pop up a couple right off the bat, right? And so here's that GameStop chart. Is this the weekly? And then here's like New Gold. There's nothing happening with New Gold, right? This is the weekly chart. This is nothing for my style of analysis. Nothing's happened. These aren't registering. RFP, yeah, it's a pullback, but it's still in this 4 to 5 right on. For my style, this is nothing happening. TSE maybe got a little bit ahead of itself on one week. Remember it was having it pop up, but it's above 30 still. Like that, there's so like we're a bit away. This is why this was helpful for me in like February, March, and April. Like I was going through, be like, is shit breaking down? And it was funny. You look at, like, in February, for a lot of the stocks that I was tracking, all the charts are breaking down. And I'm like, oh, boy, everything's breaking down. It was, like, pretty, like I say, everything's a test, everything's an experiment. And I'm like, damn, this is a little bit, I was glad that I was doing what I was doing. Like, so on a day like today, you see some stuff kind of pulling back. FTK, maybe, but still nothing crazy. Like, I'm not seeing many breakdowns. PBF, that's a little bit of a breakdown, right? Cheers, Henry, huh? That's noteworthy for someone like me. But everything else, RSC, so I saw these kind of pulling back a bit. What's that one? MEO8. Oh, it got over 30? Oh, I missed that. Hold up. You know what I mean? So when I go through, it's like that's the stuff I care more about than I necessarily like what the broad market's doing. I mean, I'm still going to look at those, but just a little bit of background information on my style. Okay. But did I say that? Polygon quoted me. Apparently I said sometimes stocks go down. Sometimes they go down, right? Oh, damn. Ooh, are we even down? Oh, we are down 20% from the close now, right? Because it was 12, right? Because, well, from the intraday highs, we're above 15. But I was kind of, that closing at 15 by the end of the week, I'm using 15 as my, sold 15. So what are we at? Yeah, exactly 20% right now. We were right at 20%, and now is depending on how you calculate. We talk about bear market territory and that stuff. For a stock like this, that stuff doesn't register with me. But oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, so Hugo's saying tomorrow will be the best day for people that have Chinese stocks. So one thing, Hugo. So it's interesting. I hadn't really checked in on that yet, but I got something up here where I was gonna pop up. Where is it? Is this it? This is like these are some charts. I was plotting something against, like, it was like Hong Kong index versus is it here? Shit, I could have sworn I had it up. Where I saw, didn't it look like, is that what Hugo's getting at? Was China doing okay? Ah, damn. Okay, it must have been a different chart. Oh, it's here. It's got to be here. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. The Hang Seng versus S&P 500. Look at that pop. Hugo, is that what you're talking about? Good eye. I noticed that just quickly. I was just scrolled through super quickly on a couple of them. I assume that's what you're talking about. So relative to the S&P 500. Is this daily? Oh, weekly. This week. I assume. I don't know. I gotta dig in. Cheers, Hugo. Cheers. Okay. GME bond does. Okay. If we break the September low, the indices. All right, let me just pop that up. The September low. Talk about this one right there. Yeah, I'd agree. So there, I'm seeing a little bit of support right there, just a bit. Yep, yep, yep. I mean, we're right, kind of around that range, right? Something I'd be eyeing. I mean, I'd be looking at all the indices, but I'd be like, all right, yeah, that's kind of notable. Oh, I hope I'm not getting too close. Jen, what up? What up? Happy Wednesday. Yeah, I know Thursdays. Yeah, we'll see what it does tomorrow. Huh? Although, what about was it up last Thursday? Yeah, it was for a little bit, right? Oh, I forget. Whatever. Keep going. Yep, rough couple days. I'm trying to go through semi-quick here just so I can try to do my best to get caught up. But I like at the same, like I said, I was like, I'm curious to see people's takes, people who have been talking about some of this stuff in discussing the story here for a couple of weeks and months. I'm curious to see how they interpret like weeks like today. You know what I mean? Like I say, I got my style of investing, but maybe other folks have others. That's why I like that investment style video, right? That's why I uploaded that. Just so Dave, yeah. So David, cheers, David. David's saying how it could drop lower, but the thesis is still intact, even if it did. So I agree with that, David. Right? We're on the same page. Like I keep saying how I'm paying attention to 11, but like you drop below 11, but there's been no update to the fundamental thesis. That doesn't really. It changed like some marginal interpretations of what's maybe happening, but I agree. The thesis, which is largely based on the fundamentals, is unchanged. Smash, welcome, welcome, welcome. Represent. Jordan, welcome back, Jordan. Nice to see you. Chris, welcome, welcome. Trying to go through. Can we get some? Looking for a big hole. Yeah. Well, remember, as the stock gets, people talk about people potentially buying in and stuff like that's uncommon. It's been funny how frequently you've seen it happen with GameStop in the past like 7-8 months, where a big fund takes a stake, right? But in just the past couple months, you had Ryan Cohen take a stake, and then another, and then Senvest, right? You don't see. It's not like that's common. But now remember, as the stock price gets higher, it gets a bit more expensive. But that said, there could be someone who's at like 4%, and you could get a filing. But even after Senvest took a stake, the stock price didn't do anything the next day. Just a reminder for folks, it's not like the market always interprets that as super bullishly immediately. It's all about how it impacts your thesis. I might interpret it bullishly, but maybe the market sometimes like, well, whatever. Just a reminder. Oh, Uber saying that the life game. Okay, for the PS4 was 13. Okay, thanks for sharing that, Uber. I don't know who that is though. Okay. Yeah. I know. Yeah. There's I mean each day. Well, can we get back to the daily? Yeah, it was down Monday down. Okay, so was Monday the biggest down? Right, it was 10%. Right. And then down yesterday, down today. But people wondering like, yeah, what's going on? Oh, okay, Uber. Okay, I'm gonna look up. Did I copy that? Okay, let me look. I'll come back to that. Where that lifetime stuff. Saying it agree. You agree with what that take was? Okay, I'll check that. Okay. Yes, Steve. I know that's great. Jen just seeing that. Oh, that's funny, dude. Oh, I just saw uh, Chernobyl. When was it? I think earlier this year. That was a good show, right? I thought that was a good. What was it? Six. It was like a mini series, I guess, like 6 episodes. I thought that was pretty good. So I mean, that made it even extra funnier, right, Steve? Because I'm like, oh, damn. Okay, so Jordan's saying, yep, a lot like some of the some folks who've been some have been bearish a while. Yep. Going, yeah, yeah. Again, Steve's getting. Oh, I didn't see the other one. Okay, I got to check that down. Okay, so David said EU is about to lock down, close all retails again. Okay, yep, yep, yep. So we're thinking that's, I mean, that's part of this, right? That it's kind of heating up again, and so the market's like, oh, what do I do? Market doesn't like uncertainty. It's oftentimes like the uncertainty around some of this stuff, more so than it actually is like what's happening. Not everything. I'm just saying sometimes it's just that. Same thing with the election. What's going to happen? And the market just doesn't like the uncertainty. It gets annoyed. So it's just like, oh, let me just sell off. Okay. Huge but like John really said Sony earnings support bear case. Oh, how so, John? I'd be curious about why you think that. Saying Sony earnings support bear case. I'd be curious about that. I think the reorganization is bad since you want people. Oh, you think the reorganization is bad since people in store browsing for less time, but good because it shows they're looking to future and changing how they do. But yeah. There's always, you're gonna weight the pros and cons of that stuff, right, Dusty? Like doing something like that, there's gonna be some people who might even be annoyed by it, right? That's gonna happen. Anytime you change any in-store experience, there's going to be some folks who might not like it, but then you have to weigh it against the potential benefit, right? This is one of those in management I trust. I have no choice to, you know what I mean? I just don't have the expertise to know what's best. That's why it's good to see if the management seems like they know what they're doing. That's helpful for me. I was less sure a year ago. Okay, people talking about the impact that COVID or shutdowns might have on a GameStop. Some people viewing it. Cheyenne saying disagrees that it could be a good thing. I mean, the gaming. I'd say the gaming demand is already. I mean, I'd be curious what you think, where you're going with that. So Cody's saying everything was that the market decided we were going to completely panic over something we know for a long time, but that happens both with individual stocks. Sometimes even with GameStop, because everything comes back to GameStop, right? Where nothing was really happening on the price action, right? But the story was unfolding bullishly, and all of a sudden, you might argue that the people panicked and bought it up because they were missing out. Like sometimes the market just does nothing, and then they're just willing to price it in. That happens all the time with stuff. Like the market isn't like perfectly efficient in that regard, I would say. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing the bottom has fallen out of everything. I don't agree with that. Not yet. Could, but I haven't seen it happen yet. Oh yeah, talk about okay, stimulus. Okay, Daniel, welcome. Cheers. Physical cannibalization ramping up. Okay, I looks like okay. Um, Yeah, so a couple things on that. This ties back. John was just saying how Sony's earnings is what did he say? Supports the bear case. I think he said something like that. And then he's saying physical cannibalization ramping up. So a couple of things on that front. In these first, like I think I already said this, first early weeks, early days, early weeks, early months, early first year, most things tend to skew physical, and most of the purchases tend to skew physical. Just a reminder for folks. And I don't think any of the bulls I talk about it. What did you say? Let me just scroll up. I think you said support the bear case. Is that what you said? Support bear case. Well, that's the thing. I don't know that it. How does it conflict with the bull case? You know what I mean? Because I think many bulls kind of understand that many of these are shifting digital. That's not really. I don't even think that's up for debate, right? I think John would agree with that. I think bulls and bears are kind of on the same page. It's more a question over the timing of it, right? How quickly some of these folks are going to switch over to digital, and also the fact that some of them might not for quite a while. Some people, there's many reasons people still prefer physical, right? And that could persist for much longer than 2 and 3 years. People, especially with games getting more expensive, right? People talk it's going to jump from $60 to $70. People will always see that as a potential $20 bill that they could get or credit, whatever you want. If they were to trade that game back in, like that's going to keep them continuing. And so I just don't know that it's going to accelerate crazy. And this is important. It's not going to accelerate so much year over year. And this is important because GameStop is priced such that it will. And when I see the really bearish like price targets and stuff, what it's pricing in is that it's ramping up like a good chunk of these are going to be digital within 12 months. And I think that's quite a bit unlikely, especially because a lot of this tends to skew physical in those first 12 months. And again, then there's additional reasons why it could persist for even a couple of years. But that's number one. Number two is, John, and this ties into the Sony as well, is that there's other elements to the bull thesis besides just these physical discs, right? I keep on talking about the attachment rate of GameStop. How they even say, oh, do I have it pulled up? They even say they're one of the best in the business, right? Like there's this first year of the console cycle, they'll attach some other higher gross margin products to it, and this is important because it's all going to come down to what those free cash flows are going to be 12 to 18 months relative to what the current market cap is. And so they'll be able to sell these other stuff too, just in addition to physical discs per se. But I understand there's also the trade-in opportunity down the line. I get this, and I would just say that these other digital streams, and this is what I keep on thinking the market is missing. Still, here we are. What is it? It's going on November, and I think that the optionality here, John, that GameStop can participate in this new digital ecosystem. I think people are looking back and now see how it's starting to not just John, right? John, realistic bull, as he said it. John, I appreciate you bringing up this stuff, right? Kind of taking that like, well, let's talk about this bearish side of things. It's great. And it hasn't been really part of the conversation for a couple of weeks where people are kind of realizing, hey, this new digital ecosystem. Now we're kind of, because maybe the Sony or stuff, whatever, we're talking about physical discs again. And it's important to appreciate that GameStop does have there's a potential turnaround here where GameStop can participate in this digital business. And now you might say, no chance. That's fine. But then you have to say that. There's no way GameStop can participate in this new digital ecosystem. They don't have it at enough value for on behalf of the vendors that the vendors give a shit about GameStop. You know what I mean? The Microsoft partnership obviously is hurts that angle a bit. And of course, if there's future partnerships down the line with the Sony, with the Nintendo, with the gaming publishers, with even on an advertising, I keep on listening to the same stuff. I get this, but this is the thing. This is the question: is that you can have physical discs declining over time. But if GameStop can recoup those, so just to bring back up, just to use the language, I know, to fully counter reduced package software sales, Stephanie Wissink can see it. I can see it. There's some other bulls who can see it. I think maybe the bears, I don't think that it's that they can't see it. I think that it's just that they heavily doubt it. And who am I to disagree? Where everyone's going to have their own unique probabilities based on their own analysis that they do. That's fine. I just assign a much higher probability to it. I'm not even saying that it's like 90%. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I clearly assign a much higher probability to it than some of the bear takes. I think that's part of. I keep on trying to come down to the disconnect, and I think that's it. I really place a lot of value on a lot of the optionality that the management team talks about here. But this is why maybe we'll be able to go through that conference, right? Like, in the backdrop here, gaming and so forth, and GameStop has the scale. They have the members. And I think this is what Ryan Cohen sees in it too. They have the brand. They have the loyalty. And when you have that type of stuff, is hard to get. It's hard to get. Talk about replacement costs when you're trying to do valuation analysis. Like GameStop is set up for at least a potential transforming their business so that they can participate in this new gaming area looks like in a whole bunch of ways. I don't know what it looks like. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but that's the thing. So I can see. Anyway, I'll keep reading, but I was noticing people talking about that a bit. So let me keep going. Cheers, John. The split is worse than Nagel predicted. Oh, is it worse? What split? Oh, for the Sony split. I'd be curious what it's going to be come the new. I'm going to be curious about is what this split is come Q4, Q1, Q2, Q3. I keep saying that's what's that would break my thesis if it were like 80% or 90% digital or something. Not that John's saying that, but I'd be like, whoa, that's quite a bit higher than I was expecting in the early quarters of the cycle. Do you know what I mean? The same thing even for Q. Well, that's Q2, but it's going to be that next quarter that I'll be curious about. Where are Nagel's numbers? Okay. Yep. Matt, cheers, Matt. Matt saying how it's amazing how sentiment has changed in 5 days. Shorts and pessimists coming out the woodwork. So yeah, like I say that that's what happens. Not just with GameStop, with all the stocks, right? Whenever the stock price is favoring a particular move, you see it on the bull side too. Make no mistake, right? When the stock price is up, all of a sudden all these bulls appear out of nowhere, right? And then when it's down, the bears appear. Like, it goes both ways. I see it go both ways. And but it is funny, right? You have to excuse me, the beer, huh? Yeah, you have to laugh at that. But so even I would say this is where, so Matt's talking about sentiment changing. It's changed a bit, right? When we like kind of broke through this. This is why see how this is kind of, as it turned out, it was kind of informative. We didn't know how informative it was going to, just drew a line on there and then it broke through. You might have been, that's not my style of investing, right? That's not my style of investing to just like trim out on the short-term moves. That's not what I do, but it was noteworthy. And then here it goes. It keeps on. It kind of broke down, and it was kind of an indication. But I would still say that sentiment has changed a bit. I mean, you're seeing oversold stuff too. But I would say this bullish sentiment is still intact. If I go back down to the daily, I'm still seeing it intact for now. In the weekly, I still see, for what that's worth, Matt. For what that's worth. But I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. I had a laugh too. Oh, is it gonna dropped on me? Oh boy. There you go. All right. So we got a ton of chat today, huh? So it just jumped on me, and now I just lost a whole bunch of the chat. I just scrolled up, and now I'm back to. I can already tell I missed some. Okay. Oh, that's crazy how it does that. That's so weird to me. Jordan saying it seems like it's tied to the election. Okay. I mean, just the market sell. I mean, it certainly is part of it, right? Like I say, it's general uncertainty. Market doesn't like uncertainty. I mean, I'm not gonna make this forecast, but it's almost like the market just wants to know who, just wants to know that there's gonna be an election and we're gonna know who it's gonna be. Like that's that thought is at least crossed in my mind that maybe they just want that. Talking squeeze potential, right? This is why I keep on saying squeeze is a sideshow, right? That's the thing. If for some folks, and again, if you're new to the channel, I think most people here aren't new to the channel, but you got to check out the other videos on the YouTube channel just to see my style and everything, right? Because I talked in that video about like day traders, but there's folks getting involved for the squeeze. That's a sideshow for me, right? I have a thesis grounded in fundamentals, as many folks here do, and if it happens, that's great. But that is a very difficult thing to bet on, to forecast is going to happen. People have been saying what the price going to go to if it happens. Like, I have no clue. I have no idea if it's even going to happen. If it does, what the upside? Like, I have no idea. That's the type of analysis where how could you even have high conviction in that type of stuff? And so I almost guarantee part of this sell-off. I mean, we just talked about all the reasons why some of these stocks are selling off. But I would think that some of the folks, again, just like you saw after earnings, these 2 days right there, people sold off because they didn't get the squeeze, or they didn't get that big news. And then you see some now, people who were betting on it, like maybe last week, thinking, oh, this is going to squeeze, it's going to go crazy, and then you don't get it, and then they sell out. And but that's just a tough way to play the market, you know what I mean? Like, that's really tough analysis. But anyway, my point just being, some of those folks I suspect that they were selling out because if they don't get what they want, they get out. And I don't blame them. That's their style. So you should expect that. Just like technical. A bullish backdrop on the technicals can serve as a bit of a tailwind. It can serve as a headwind because those people sell out. But a big potential technical sell-off isn't happening just yet. I don't see it. Even though I see how big this red thing is. But now, like, I would argue, so this is the thing. Some people see this big, like, red candle, right? They go, oh, this is a huge sell-off. Oh, wow. But let me tell you something. Maybe it shouldn't have been up last week. You know what I mean? That's why I keep on saying all else equal. It's nice that it's going up. But there wasn't even any material news last week. It was kind of just the market digesting stuff, maybe past news, and maybe it wasn't ready for it to go up to 15. You know what I mean? That's why you should be prepared for it to come right back down. There's no... This stuff is a process, right? Upward moves are a process. If people are betting on squeezes for a stock to go up every day, right? Like, come on, the market doesn't typically do that. Stocks don't typically do that. I mean, it can happen where a stock will go up boom, boom, boom every single day, right? But that's highly unlikely and very difficult to predict. And so it's the more likely outcome is just a process. Things go up, they come down, and the market's just digesting the news on average. That's why on average you want to, if you're a bull, you like to see it in that 12. You like to see it in that 11 to 16 range. I just want it in that box. That I'd like to see that. That means the market's kind of accepting this new level. Because I keep on saying if the market thought that Microsoft news was bullshit and they thought this turnaround, this was all fluff and there was nothing here, it should have, well, first of all, I think it probably should have already sold off even heavier. And but right now we have we're in week 3 of staying above $11 here, right? and it started 4 weeks back. We're getting into like a longer time here, where another week and another week, and we're still in that range. This is the market being like, this is kind of the new level. It's a process. It's not one day. It's not 1 week. It just takes time. That's why it's helpful for someone like me. That's why I keep talking about this range, 11 to 16, because that's how it's tough analysis otherwise. I feel like you'll drive yourself crazy. Okay, so Steve's calling the Chernobyl squeeze. All right, I'm marking it, Steve. I'm marking it. I'm marking that. Dusty saying, yeah, the timing is nice with the console release comes right after the election. Hey, that could be true. That could be true. And the fatigue that came with it. Maybe. I could see that. Oh, well, predicting squeezes. Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know. True that. So Jordan says, what a stock for us to pick. The biggest catalyst a week after the craziest election in a very long time. So this has been part of my... I mean, I wasn't so much thinking about the balancing of election risks or anything like that, but it's like a huge catalyst upcoming that a lot of people are going to be talking about. So that was a part of my thesis. But I agree with you, Jordan. That's what I mean. It's nice to have that as part of the backdrop here, because many other stocks, there's no imminent catalyst, and you might say, well, it's just the console's release and everyone knows it's coming. That's fair, but I just meant from a psychological standpoint that GameStop is going to have long ass lines out their store. How many other retailers can say that? Very few of them. Some of them maybe, right? Because anyone who's tied to the gaming one. But other ones, probably not too many. So all else equal, that's nice to have. Jay Booth, welcome back. Welcome back, Jay. The Thursday. People talking Thursdays, huh? Maybe. No idea. Oh, well, yeah, what are futures doing now? Those are futures. And a little bit green. This does seem like, it did seem like, I said that on Monday too, and then we had this big sell-off too. This seems like, is this the market? Oh yeah. What's the day? Were we down every day? Yeah, this seems strong. I was like, it's starting to get my attention a little bit. I'm nothing super material coming out of it just yet. But that was a stronger, I thought Monday was strong, and then this is even stronger, of course. So I'm like, damn. This is flat as far as I'm concerned. You're not even above 1% or below 1%. So you go to bed and screen, you wake up as red. You know what I mean? That's futures. Talk about marginal analysis. You see me bring this stuff up too. Azul, welcome. So BCG saying if we broke through 11, I think again, if we broke, like someone else just said, if we break through 11, it's just a reflection, I think, of like sentiment, and also, but what else is happening with the markets? If the market's down 10%, if GameStop breaks below 11, I'm like, yeah, okay, all right. Well, what are you gonna do if the market sells off 10%? Just as an extreme example, I mean, we had a couple of 10% days earlier this year. That was stunning, but it's like, yeah, then technicals are like beside the point. So. If it broke through 11 BCG on some fundamental news or something, or if the market was up, but otherwise I'm just like, all right, reassess. Sentiment's not quite as bullish, but if the whole market's going down, I'm a little bit less, whatever. You see how helpful it is for my style of analysis? That's why, I mean, I think most folks on here are doing fundamental analysis, right? I mean, I think most of us are, but like, see how tough this can be, especially if you're looking at the chart. If you were bullish because of the chart, and that was the only reason, like, don't you just have a stop loss and you're out, right? That's what you do, right? That's why for a fundamental, like a stop loss for a fundamental, like what's going to stop you out of it is, for me, it's just quarterly performance, right? At this point of the thesis. So then this stuff I can just like, all right, so that's what it's doing. Okay. But it just seems like it's tough otherwise. So what I don't know if I'd sweat some BCG. I'd be like, that's interesting. Also, I'd want a couple of days of it. I'd want a strong down take. Like, it was so low volume today, too. Even in the midst of it. Like, that's the thing. Like, even with it selling off, I don't want to see this, but if I'm, like, changing my mind, if I'm changing my mind to, like, oh, people are bearish on GameStop now, I want to see heavy-ass volume. I want to see a big 20% down day or 50. With a stock like this isn't like an Apple or or a Microsoft or something like you get 10%, 15% days on days like this, like 8% day for a stock like this on 6 million in volume in the context of what we've seen so far in October. It's really not that much. If I'm going to change my mind, BCG, like I want it to crash through 11. I want there to be news. I want the market to be up. I want it to be conflicting with like a contra chart with what I'm seeing. Otherwise, I'm just like, all right, so everything's kind of just crashing here a bit for a while. But that's another reason why that being short-term focus seems tougher for me too. I guess that's it, like fundamentals based in that longer-term viewpoint. So if you don't have those, if you have a different style of analysis, that's okay. That's not a problem, but just something to bear in mind as you're tuning in. This is like an educational stream for my aggressive style investing. That's all. What else can I say? Because where else can you see that, you know? All right, let me keep scrolling. Colin, welcome. Today was tough. Well, yeah, we talked about that. Everything in context. The Tiny Gamer saying with volume, pretty much the only selling pressure are short sellers. Well, I don't agree with that. No one besides them wants to do anything but buy or hold. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't agree with that for what I was just saying. With all these stocks, just like they can serve as a tailwind, you get momentum folks or event-driven folks or people looking at the chart or people trying to play the short squeeze. They just sell off. So it's other people selling too. I wouldn't even argue that. Remember, we've been seeing short interest rising. It's been small. These have been small increases to the short interest, right? Real small, like 60. What do we go? 68 to 70. That's small. So I think it's more that the marginal buyers. I would say that those are the bigger sellers. That's just, I don't know that, Tiny Gamer. I'm not an expert on this type of stuff. That's just my assessment of it. Dale, what's up? What's up, Dale? Welcome. Happy Wednesday. So I see some people talking about their like what they're doing, right? Obviously, there's no, even for the folks who are chatting, right? Nothing here is recommendations, right? If people are just sharing what they're doing, like that's not them saying what you should do, what they should be doing. Like people just talking about their mindset on that for this type of a stock and how they're thinking about some of that stuff. Just a reminder for folks, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take it that hard. Yep. Yeah, Jordan saying how we're trading below cash before console. This is the thing. I just think I still think people are really heavily discounting, continue to heavily discount management's capabilities and the optionality that they have before them. And I don't think it's really hard to change that. But it's really hard to change people's minds unless they see more of it. That's what I think, Jordan, with the shorts. I think that they're, as indicated by the size, I mean, they have more 70 million shares short on 65 million shares outstanding. I mean, come on. It's just they're clearly set in their ways, and that's what I mean. And then that we're trading below cash, before consoles. That said, there's we all know this, right? We've talked about this. There's other liabilities on the books. They need to get to Q4, right? We're just saying for a stock to trade below cash, it's not like it's all that common. Maybe a bit more common for value stocks, I'd say. But even still, I think this is an indication of that vastly different opinions on potential turnaround type stuff. And I think you're only going to see it until we start getting more news that GameStop's here, that they're reinventing themselves and they're here to stick around. They're not going to let this. They're not going away because of some physical discannibalization, as someone was talking about. Like I think they're here to reinvent themselves. But how can, just to play devil's advocate to the bulls and say, if you're the shorts, like why are you going to think of based on one single Microsoft partnership? Why would you close just based on that? Maybe they're expecting that. They say, oh, they need more than that. And I think that there's a good chance that we're going to get more. But then they say, no, it's not a good chance that they get more. That's a good discussion to be had. And so maybe they want to see more announcements, or they want to see actual quarterly performance. Maybe they are expecting much worse Q4 and Q1 and Q2 than I am. And then the only way to change their mind is that they actually need to see it happen. And yeah. But that's the thing. I keep on thinking price action, but it could be people coming around to the story much quicker than they do. And if the price starts rising and you get to 20, 25, 30, it seems like it'd be tougher to maintain such high conviction, but who knows? Russ, welcome back. Russ, welcome back. What's that? People to okay. Let's see. Can't believe this. Yeah, Jordan still thinks the buybacks. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Jordan. People thinking that's going to settle down right around the election. If we have a clean election and we know who wins, and there's no, it could make sense if this is a big part of the sell-off today. But then you still got like COVID risks and stuff. I think that's part of it too. I think people are trying to figure out how to digest some of this stuff. But indeed, the election part too. Maybe it settles. People saying maybe it settles down next week. Could even settle down before then, right? Oh, yeah, 89. Yeah, we still get 77. Cheers, everybody, huh? It's great to see for like an educational type stream. Like I was joking on Monday, like, stock price is down. Maybe people aren't going to tune in, right? Because it's like maybe people are only caring because the stock's price is going up. Like you see, this happens with investors. Never mind people watching a stream where they go, I'm only here, it's going up. And then if it doesn't go up, I'm out of here. And then they move on. So I was curious to see what happens on the stream. And so I like to see that there's still a good turnout here. You know what I mean? Like this is the real education, I feel. I mean, there's a lot. It's not the only education. I don't mean that, but I just mean like talking about that psychological impact that stock price moves can have on you. It's real. That stuff matters. That's like behavioral finance type stuff, right? I mean, it's in the books. It's not like people don't know about this, but it's another thing to actually experience it. That's why I keep on talking about that long-term experiencing these stuff over time. Okay. Reassess in 2 weeks this week. GameStop is selling off hard. I don't know if I agree that it's selling off hard. Yeah, Steve Dunk. 90 people seeking confirmation bias. We hope we better not be. We better not be. That's why we get some folks stepping up as the bears, drinking beers, pretending, playing devil's advocate as bears. Cheers to those folks. Yeah. Polygon saying nothing's changed unless you were invested in the squeeze. Well, and the other stuff I mentioned too. The chart. Very short-term chart type stuff, but most of my thesis unchanged. I don't agree that it kills the squeeze thesis. I don't agree with that. Maybe an imminent squeeze thesis, perhaps, but again, I don't know what the hell those odds are. It's a sideshow. It's the fundamentals that I'm focused on, and if you have a similar style too, that I expect that you might be focused on as well. But if we were talking about short squeeze stuff, as long as I think that the heavy short interest persists and the bull thesis hasn't deteriorated, I think it remains intact. Maybe the timing of it, you know what I mean? Like when things are creeping up and everything's bulls, then maybe it could pop off any day on some news or something like that. But just because we're at $12, just because we're at 12 instead of 15, if you get some major like game-changing news or something like that, like it's almost, I don't want to say it's meaningless, but it's the difference between 12 and 15 is relatively small, that if it did pop off, it's like it's almost besides the point. But that's not to say anything's going to happen or anything like that, but that's just how I view this, right? Everything, you know what I mean? Like so 11 to 16, we're at 15, but like if it goes from 15 to 11, that's a 27% drop. And that's what I'm saying. Like for some folks, they may see 25%, but they're like, running around, right? That's not my style. I'm numb to that stuff because I've been through it so many times, and the big difference here specifically with GameStop is that the backdrop is finally bullish, and it's easier this time around for me. Like Justin and I were talking about in March. Like this was like you're like looking at the mirror, you're like, what? It was like we're talking about support and stuff like this. But also, by the way, this was this was a yellow flag. Like this was like an alert flag. This was like an alert to me that like that when the stock was breaking below this, because this chart was kind of breaking down. Some other ones were looking interesting too. It was like it was reaching extremes. You know what I mean? But like this stuff was like painful because like, oh, son of a. And now it's like finally like we got some solid news, some solid fundamental news, and I'm like, dude, 25% drop, whatever. All right, yeah, that's cool as long as the news is still unfolding bullishly. You know what I mean? Like it's been, in my opinion, like now we've had the big headliner news where a stock's moved. Like GameStop hasn't moved up 44% ever since I've been involved this time around, right? Never. That was crazy. And we're right in this area. It's down from when it was up that day, right? But so small, I don't even care. Oh shit, where was I just going with that? I forget where I was going with that. Damn, I forget where I was going with that. Whatever, I'll come back to it. I'm sure I'll come back to it. You know what I mean? I keep getting so close. Thank you for that heads up on that microphone. See, I don't know that stuff, so I appreciate people telling me. Jordan smashed all the buttons, yeah. Okay, so as Hugo says, these days is time for buying. Well, not. Not. Hugo's just saying general education advice, right? That it's like days like the pullbacks, right? Not forget GameStop, but just generally, this is why these days happen. These weeks happen on the market. It just does. The earlier you can appreciate that this stuff happens, the better off you'll be, because then when you're buying into a position over time, like I say, generally speaking, it's a good idea to average into a position over time to maintain your sanity, to average out of a position over time. But and always bear in mind, like, hey, how great would it be if you're average into a position? Then you can add on those big pullbacks on a big daily pullback or a weekly pullback. And that's where I found technical analysis to be helpful. And really, like think of how like it has been a good idea to pull back on these pullback. Look at this, just to use GameStop. A quick case study. Here's the GameStop daily chart. If you pulled back when it pulled back to the 50 RSI, or bought when it pulled back on the 50 RSI, pulled back to 50, just to use it as an example. Boom. And then that was a good opportunity. And then it didn't quite get back down to that level, but that was a good buying opportunity. Boom. And now here we are again. That's not going to say who the hell. I don't know that anything's going to happen. I'm just saying, wait for things to settle down, and then it can be like, all right, maybe now's a good time, right? It's not to say that's what's going to happen here. I know, hopefully everyone gets that, but I agree with you, Hugo. Well said. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Okay. No news on that. Nope. Okay. Okay, unless there's somehow 70 million short this. Yeah. So Steve, I'm on the same page with Steve. Shorting continues. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing the increase. Yeah, I don't know. I think people. I wouldn't focus too much on the shorts. Or like I said, that short interest, it's only been it's been marginal increases. You know what I mean? I think like I said, I would attribute. Let me keep on going. Come on. Almost had a 3 handle on tonight's viewership. Oh, are we? For the what's that mean? 3 handle? Okay. Oh, for the current. Yeah, cheers, Matt, huh? Did we get to 100? Cheers, everybody, huh? That was a good. I don't know what the peak was. Oh, if we were at 3, the 3 handle, yeah, that would have been the most, I think. Craig, welcome back, Craig. Welcome back. Everyone's talking about Thursdays. You never know with these Thursdays. Who knows? I think we did because it was it 2 or 3 days? You never know. Simon said, yeah, maybe. That's the thing. We don't even know people. That's the thing. Today was really low volume. You know what I mean? This is low volume relative to what we've been seeing. Someone was just talking about shorts covered and stuff. I'm like, they could be. I don't know enough about this, but that seems like really low volume. Monday was a bit more. That's telling to me. It's like if it were fluff, like the partnership, and people weren't really buying into it, like that was bullshit. It should have sold off more aggressively and on higher volume. Like everyone would have been like, get the hell out of here. Boom, 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 boom. You see it happen with stocks that get bid up on bullshit. and then they justifiably get sent right back down. And GameStop's, it's not happening. The longer we just stay in this 11 to 16 range, the bullish it is. I know everyone wants, I mean, all else equal, you like to be higher, right? We keep on saying that, but like, it's validating the move. As time passes and we stay in this range, the market is pricing in that this partnership. The market's saying, no, this is legit. And this is at least a new range of price points, right? And again, I was watching that volume and watching the price action because people were saying that. They were like, there's nothing here with Microsoft. I'm like, dude, then this should get crushed. It should get sent right back down. And maybe it will yet. We're getting right back down to that low 11s I was talking about. And there's still this, then there's the next, I mean, this is tenuous support, right? Marginal analysis, but then I'd be probably looking around that $10 range. Where are we at on the weekly, though? No, see, the weekly, we're right in that, there's really not that much there on that's why, you know what I mean? You just find whatever you're looking for on these charts. Jose, what do you think of GE? You know, I don't have any strong opinions on GE, Jose. And also, anyone, feel free to toss out any other tickers, right? We've been focused on GameStop, but you can analyze other stuff. I don't have any strong opinions on any strong opinions on GE, Jose. No problem that it's a different ticker. No problem at all. Chart is looking kind of interesting. I dug in a while back. It's kind of a bigger company, right? And there was a lot of stories going around with it and stuff. I'm not dialed into the fundamentals at all. I would need to revisit. I remember checking out the fundamentals, seeing it was leveraged, and thinking, maybe it could be worth a bit more. I'd have to dig back in, Jose. No strong opinion. Chart's looking kind of interesting. Damn, I'd have to dig back in. I remember thinking, I don't know. I wouldn't even voice an opinion, Jose, because I know it's there's a lot of opinions on there that I'm just not dialed in. Maybe I'll have some time to come back to it, Jose, later. Can I pull up the fundamentals? Hopefully the stream doesn't slow down. I'll keep an eye on it. Ryan, greetings. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back. This week is noise. Yeah, Matt. So that's a word I like to say too. Although, did someone call me out on that? Did someone make fun of me if you're using that word? I agree with you. Noise is the word I use. I like that word. It's noise. Matt's saying this week is noise. That's how I view it too. Anything 11, 16, noise. I don't care. It could be up. Last week was noise. But it was noise largely. The marginal aspect was it's adding to the marginal analysis and the technical standpoint center was a little bit bullish. This not quite as bullish in the very short term type stuff, but it's noise. It's noise, and that's what I worry. That's for my style. I'm biased because I have my style, but when I see some people out there talking not just about GameStop but other stocks and seeing these moves like 5% moves, 10% moves, and they're really talking about it so much, and it kind of seems like it might be weighing on them. I'm like, maybe that's a different type of style investing. I mean, first of all, maybe investing in stocks might not be suitable for you. That's the first thing I think of when I see people like when a stock is down 5% and they're like, oh my god, I think maybe it's not a good idea to be doing that, right? I have no idea. That's why I always say sit down with a financial professional, someone who can learn more about you and kind of provide some tailored advice to you. But when I just see that the sentiment, I think like 5-10% moves, if you're dealing in individual stocks, like generally speaking, especially if it's like value stocks or risky stocks, like be prepared. Like that's how this goes. So like you got to be numb to the noise. You got to be used to it. So I'm with you, Matt. That's the type of stuff that I feel like you can tell people that, and I can talk about it on the stream, but you need to experience it. So that's how we can view like this GameStop. People are talking about how it could be perceived as like a case study, right? It's like these weeks like this would be this week's lesson. You know what I mean? It's like this type of stuff. So Steve Stonk said a falling price is just as much of a squeeze trigger as a rising price. Well, I'm not sure I totally agree with that. I will say I was thinking today with this sell-off here, can we say theoretically, just hypothetically, let's say hypothetically, the bull thesis is right, okay? Hypothetically. Looking out 6 months, okay? 6 months, 12 months, whatever. The bull thesis is right, in which case I think we'll know within 6 to 12 months that the very heavily bearish thesis is, let's say that's wrong, hypothetically. Moves like this can be, someone called it like a bear trap, right? Like people think that they're on the right side, and so they short more, I don't think that I personally don't think that the chart has sold off enough. I don't think the chart is ugly enough to usually when you're I mean, I have thoughts on shorting, but usually it's so tough to get the timing right on shorting. You want to short when the chart was broken down, and I don't really think that the chart has broken down. But still, these big down days, people might be shorting more. I don't have no clue, and I still think I wouldn't think too much about it, but it lures you in. But like I said, the fundamental thesis is unchanged, so it could lure people in. They get the wrong idea, they subscribe to the wrong story, and then boom, it's even more painful when if some contrary evidence is revealed. You know what I mean, Steve? So I kind of that's where I would go with that angle. Okay, yeah, BCG talking about check out the VW chart. Yeah, it was so BCG. The reason it was sold off before the squeeze is just because it was 2008. Everything was first of all, some auto companies did go bankrupt, right? And everything was selling off back then, right? That was part of it. But indeed, just because it sells off doesn't mean that's what I said. Well, I already responded to that, right? That it's not like not to say the squeeze is likely or anything like that, but it's not dead just because of a couple of days of a sell off. BCG. I suppose I already responded to that, so I'll just keep going. All right, just scrolling through. Oh, shit, I feel like I'm still probably far behind. Oh, it's already 8:30. Oh, shit. Oh, people talk about it. That's the thing. So if it pulls back, if GameStop pulls back to 5, my thesis was wrong. You know what I mean? If it pulls back to 5, my thesis was likely wrong. You know what I mean? If the whole market goes absolutely berserk and everything sells off, then everything GameStop could sell off too, right? I mean, we just saw. It's easy to think of. It's easy to entertain that idea. Now, seeing what we just saw in March and April, right? That was absurd. If it happens again, right? Then you see 5. Then that's less meaningful. Then if GameStop just comes back down to 5, I would have my thesis. It means my thesis was flawed. I didn't have the right story, and perhaps the bears were right. You know, that's why I keep on saying hypothetically. No one is. As far as I'm concerned, no one is definitely wrong yet. I still the level of short interest doesn't make sense to me. But that whole I keep on saying this the bear thesis is that longer term bear thesis is still intact. But like people forecasting like bankruptcy out 12 months and stuff, that one I feel like is I don't understand how you get there. That one I can't see. But other than that, but other thesis, and so if it did come back to 5, like looking over the next couple of quarters, I'd be like, damn, all right, because my thesis is such that the stock was already priced so cheaply, and relative to the free cash flows I expect it to generate over the next couple of quarters, it should have some there's upward potential, and based on my analysis, you know what I mean? So I don't think it's likely, but what if I'm wrong? Just what if we're wrong? You gotta entertain the possibility, even though you can. That was why with that GameStop video, I was trying to think about how I tried to put like some bars of my level of conviction and stuff, and I don't think I'm ever 100% sure of anything, right? But it's high conviction, but I'm still never 100%. You know what I mean? Because I've just been wrong so many times. You know what? So yeah. Keep saying Ryan Cohen hasn't sold, but we don't know what Barry's doing. We won't know what Barry's not above 5%, so he doesn't have to file any updates. And then the other folks, the other above 5%, it doesn't appear as though they've sold. But for the folks below 5%, we don't know what they're doing. Rob, cheers, Rob. Today we're talking about GameStop. Most days lately, it seems, huh? Now the earlier streams, I laughed thinking about the earlier streams because no one was on them, right? But I was doing my actual like tracking of stuff, like going through the we gotta get through these charts, but like going through like performing some fundamental research. We'll get back to that down the line. Jen says 100% always. These days, it seems that way, Jen, right? Collins. I saw other people saying this too. Stocks do not only go up, right? Y'all know that. I know everyone's having a laugh. Yes, there you go. GME by default. Until reason to shift otherwise, right? We'll get there. Pose, welcome back, Pose, huh? Look at that chat. 86, yeah, Pose. I remember weeks back he was here when it was earlier. Cheers. Thank you. I know, Pose, I remember you sharing the link too. Thank you. Welcome back, mate. Great stuff. I bought SPX5 today. Okay. Anthony, welcome back, Anthony. Oh, CDP coming out tomorrow? I didn't even know that. Okay. Yeah. We'll end up as the majority. The majority, yeah. Maybe Polygon, huh? We need a collective. Yeah, can we put the collective chat on the board? You know what I mean? Yeah. Go Yeah. Oh, that'll be the day. I'm on the board. Oh, wow. I don't think they probably don't allow headbands or beer or that's funny. Who's this guy with the bandana? Yeah, Cody beat me to it. Your worst nightmare. Yeah. Oh, damn, that's funny. All right, Jen, yeah, arcade themed bandana. Some people were talking about that. Some headbands and stuff. I'll look into that down the line. I'm not there yet. I'll look into that. There's some merch, right? People talking merch. Hopefully down the line. I'm 40 minutes behind. Thank you, Polygon. Okay, thank you, Polygon. Oh, no, that long ago? Wait. Oh, no. You said that a half hour ago? Are you kidding me? Oh, I keep going. All right, here we go. I'm scrolling. I'm going. Super size. Oh, new part. Oh, you weren't joking. Okay, Super size is saying big factors here. New partnership vaccine. I thought you meant vaccine coming from GameStop, right? New partnership. New partnership. And then otherwise, yeah, if there's, or just some business update, right? Some material business update that people might view. That's the thing. I keep on thinking any business update would be, I would think it would be bullish, right? I don't know, but I think so. I'm just running out of ideas. But then market-wide, yeah, the vaccine, the election and stuff, and then stimulus type stuff. But I'm more for the fundamental analysis as it pertains to GameStop is easier for me. I find like the other stuff is just tough to analyze. Yeah, so what police said, oh yeah, here we go. Someone just said this, my way behind. Ryan says, downloading large files can be more costly than physical disc copies. And Police says, I think price increases give used games more value. I agree with you, Police. You know what I mean? That's why I think that while that transit, no one's going to deny the transition to digital. I still don't think you go 100% digital anytime soon. I mean, I don't even think the Bears would agree with that. They would just say that's not the point. But even still, I think that you might have a good chunk of physical for a while longer than people are thinking. Talk about cannibalization of physical. But I think that's happening slower than you think. That's call me a biased opinion. So that could be another part of the disconnect between Bears and Bulls, that they think it's like they talk about the disintermediation, right? We were talking about that they think it's. Remember, we talked about how this. Some people were talking about, the analysts talk about how these are headwinds. The console cycles are headwinds. Obviously, I strongly disagree with that, but that's the thing. I think even just the physical disc, that legacy business could stick around and be more robust for a long period of time than people are pricing in. People can just disagree with that. That's fine. But I viewed that as a little bit more downside protection for me. And then, but then there's also that second part of, can they get involved with the get away from the physical disc discussion? Just can they get involved in other ways in the gaming industry? I believe they can. I suppose other folks think they can't. But I agree. Anyway, I agree with you, Belize, on the price increases. Right, that supports used games even more, I think. Okay. John's saying, I think it feels empowered because it's worse than he predicted. That's what I'm. Oh, yeah. See, John, I didn't see. Did he predict Q? Was he predicting Was he predicting Q2? He predicted Q2. I didn't know. Did he predict Q2 fiscal year 2020 and it was worse than he thought? Or was he just tossing out like a longer term number or something? I don't know. No. See, John, you keep up the good work. Legit. John Realistic Bulls here. He said he's bullish, right? But he keeps on saying he's not trying to give credence, but trying to say, hey, here's how the Bears might be interpreting this. I love this because I've said a number of times I'm struggling with it a little bit. So this type of stuff. So John's pointing out how I know he's talking about something I said a while back, saying how that the Sony release supported the bear thesis. Which, if there was anything more specific, is there anything besides this, John? And I think he's pointing to this number and saying what was forecasted in that bearish take was that it was a higher digital download ratio. But I guess I'm skeptical. Was it for Q2 fiscal year 2020, or was it for the quarters the actual consoles are coming out? That's what I don't know. But again, and then John says he doesn't agree. That's great. So I've been thinking about this, everyone. So y'all know about postmortems, right? Maybe many of you have heard about premortems. When you're developing a bull thesis or a bear thesis, it doesn't matter. When you're developing a thesis, it can be helpful, and lots of books talk about this. Lots of people say this, to develop build a premortem. If you're wrong about your thesis, what's going to happen? Why would you be wrong, right? You jot down a couple of reasons, right? For the past 12 months, one of my reasons was management screws up. That the management just drops the ball here. They screw up, right? Like that was one of my premortems. This could happen, that could happen, things could accelerate worse, blah 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 blah. And I think that so I've been trying to think about a premortem for the Bears. Like, what do I think that they're overlooking that they'll look back if they're wrong? They might if they're wrong, just hypothetically speaking, if they were, like, what is it that I think they're missing? And I think they're missing out on like some management elements, the optionality aspect. But if y'all have ideas as to, like, you see some of the Bears takes out there, and even John doing a great job here saying, like, I disagree with them, but there's how they're interpreting this stuff. So maybe that's it. Maybe they think that the physical, they're more bearish on the physical thing. But I was trying to put together a list in my head. Maybe I'll post something on Twitter. I'm like, here's what I think much of the market is missing, in particular the Bears, and we're just disagreeing on certain elements. And I'd be like, but we won't know until it's hindsight. We like some of these things that we may disagree on. You can just keep arguing all day, all night. You're not going to really come to a conclusion. You do your best. But sometimes it's just a disagreement, and you'll only know in 6 months, 12 months. So I'm trying to think, if in 12 months that the bull thesis has worked out, I want to put together a list and be like, here's what I think people were missing at that time. And I'm still doing it for myself. For myself, my bull thesis will be hurt if first of all, if there's a much higher digital download ratio for these first couple quarters. Like if it's at 60-70% for Sony and Microsoft, and I mean, you get Nintendo too. Don't forget about Nintendo, which Nintendo's a huge part of for GameStop. But if there's a huge digital download in those early quarters, and GameStop's unable to use its other initiatives to kind of counter its cost cutting and so forth, but even the new revenue streams to counter, just to use Stephanie's language, to counter this reduced software package sales, then I'll be like, all right, I got that wrong. It's still possible management screws up, but I don't think that's the case. I guess it's still technically a potential thing that I could be wrong about, but that's less likely in my mind. I think it's just more likely that I've overvalued the optionality. Maybe the optionality is real, but the odds of it are just much lower than I expected, and management can't pull it off. That they're competent, but they can't pull it off because it's like a sinking ship. That's possible. Anyway, if y'all have ideas let me know. If not in the chat on Twitter or something like that. Because what is it that you think what do you think the market is missing right now? You know what I mean? As I was going through this shit too, right? This is. Some people see this and they think this is ridiculous. I don't think it's ridiculous. This is my thing. I think bears would see this and they'd see this is ridiculous. And I don't think that. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's not ridiculous to me that they can leverage that power up data and forget the $200 price point. You know what I mean? For me, it's just significantly higher. Do you know what I mean? I see this as a potential. This is what I think. It's people think Ryan Cohen's getting involved. What do you think he's seeing? What do you think he's seeing? This is the stuff I think he's seeing, that these potentially lucrative opportunities for a company like GameStop. And I think that this stuff remains not priced in. And this has nothing to do. Then you still have Microsoft partnerships, which could be. I think some of the models out there I don't think are pricing them are discounting them too much. And then but Sony and Nintendo or gaming blah 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 blah. I know I keep on saying the same shit, but anyway, I was just thinking about that more this week. Maybe because I was seeing more bearish takes and stuff. I don't know. But like it's that big upside that I think like we can argue like the nuances of physical discs in the transition. You know what I mean? Like 5% here, 10% there. But it's that big stuff. That's that big stuff that I think is really going over people's heads, or they're just, I don't know, whatever. Or maybe it's confirmation bias, huh? Maybe. Yeah, so John crushing it tonight again, especially if Cohen works his magic. If Cohen succeeds, if he has good, that's the thing. Does he even got involved? I'm I've said this many times. I'm sure I've said it in my videos, or I've said it on the stream. Like him getting involved, it increased my chances of that upside. You know what I mean? Because even I was like, oh, I don't know about this. Even I'm like, yeah, I see that. I see these bullet points. I see it, but I don't know about this. Watch my first GameStop video. I spent the whole video focused on downside protection, and I just said, if they pulled this stuff off, tremendous upside. Like, I don't even care. Like, if they pull it off, give them props. But this whole time, I'm just like, I just need to make sure the downside's there. The downside's there. That's what makes those bear takes, the really bearish takes, confusing to me, because I do have high confidence on my downside. But it's still, I think it's the upside more that people are missing. Let me keep going. Yep, I'm with you, John. It's speculative. It's optionality, right? Optionality is speculative. It is. It's not like 90% conviction or anything like that. I'm with you, John. I'm agreeing. Yep, the ad revenue. Wish you could. But I agree with John. I agree with everything you're saying. Cheers, mate. I kind of like how you're thinking through some of this stuff. Okay. Talking about digital versus physical, Dusty. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of agree with Uber here. Uber's asking, is management not destroying capital really speculative? So I don't know if John was talking about this, but I'm going to run with this, Uber, because I know what you're getting at here. All bear cases seem to imply, have I already said this, Uber? I think I already did today. All that seem to imply that management destroys massive value, and I think they're living in the past, missing the new team's incentives. I tend to agree, Uber. That's what I mean. Like 12 months ago, this is what made those buybacks even more surprising to me, because like 12 months ago, I'm like, I wasn't even fully on board with management yet. Like, I don't know if they could pull this off, and I needed more information. It seemed like they did a good job, and that's what I mean, that if management was going to screw up, I would have needed to see more evidence of that so far. Doesn't mean it definitely, I've already said that today. I definitely have. Now I'm remembering. I think they're living in the past, too. Or they're just assigning too high of a probability. Again, maybe sinking ship. I can see that, too. Jorge, new news? Oh, I don't think there's any new news. How's up, Jorge? Good question, Uber. Good question. Microsoft deals, NPV, or GameStop? Which do you guys... Polygon, hey, good question. I like this. Polygon asking, which do you guys think is higher at close today? The Microsoft deals NPV or GameStop's market cap? Ooh, that's a good question, Polygon. I mean, it depends on a lot of unknown variables right now, or variables that we're certain of. I would say the market cap right now. But in theory, with more information, it's conceivable that it's worth. But that's the thing. Like, if that's the thing, that's why it's so important if it's to perpetuity and how much of it is to perpetuity, that lifetime value type stuff. It's really, really meaningful. To Uber's point, he's repeatedly been saying, terminal value is not zero anymore, folks. Because if it's not, like with a deal like that, it could be worth a couple $100 million and stuff. And I'm like, damn. Because if you got like, even if it's 20 to 50 million, but if it's like, looking out 10, 20 years and stuff, that's really valuable. You discount it back, and it's a different discount rate because it could be growing, whereas a discount rate applied to the legacy business would be higher. There's a lot of risk, blah blah blah. But so that's the other thing too. Great question, Polygon. I like that. I lean toward market cap, but I like the depends on the details. Depends on the details. That's what I mean. Like, I think maybe the bears might be undervaluing that. Maybe not. Oh, Polygon thinks Microsoft deal. Yep. Yeah, John, not necessarily. I'm not here to argue. Yep. Yeah, but the report's not public, John. Oh, it jumped on me. Oh, how far behind was I? There you go. Oh, I hope I'm not that far behind. I guess I just lost another round. Wow, we get a lot of chat today. It's great. It just leaped on me, and now I'm back. I'm to Polygon saying GameStop's throwing a lot of money and effort into trying to adapt. A lot of money? So first of all, I don't even know if I'd agree with that. Polygon. Let me tell you why. CapEx so far. What's that 10Q? Are we gonna have 6 months here? 6 months, yeah. Like CapEx, outright CapEx. I mean, net of asset sales, right? Net of asset sales. There's been 36 million inflow, right? I wouldn't even say that they've thrown a lot of money and effort into trying to adapt. That's the good thing. That's what I mean. They've been doing a good job of like keeping costs low. They will need to throw a lot of money down the line, like a real turnaround, especially if we're trying to do huge things. That costs a lot of money. That's why we say trades below cash. The cash is not free to be distributed. That's not the point. They're going to need that cash in some of the free cash flow that they're going to generate to finance a turnaround, a transformation, blah blah blah. But that's the thing. I think that they'll have that opportunity. And anyway, just one thing I'll toss out there: comparing movies to game does not compute. Well, I missed what that's about, Uber, but I agree with you. People aren't buying. Oh, okay. So Uber said people aren't buying vintage VHS players. Talking about how games and movies are different. In movies on VHS, but they're buying Super Mario Brothers on SNES. That's true. Look at Redbox. People buy DVD. Oh, they rent DVDs. Yeah. No, so look at Redbox. So this is I wouldn't be in the GME train if I didn't see the effort back then. I don't know what that's about. Musical. Cheers, musical. Anyway, to John's point, look at the Redbox. I've liked Redbox as a case for the legacy business to persist longer than people think. I don't know what y'all talk about because I missed it, but you know what I mean? Like, I think people go like, no one buys this. I'm like, people still rent for. One of my friends like rents at Redbox all the time, and I think if people still like or are interested in that stuff. I just think people will still want physical discs too. It's not. I know it's not apples to apples. I get that, but I just think anyway. Like, people are quick to compare it to Blockbuster, but not so much a Redbox per se. Oh yeah, I think the Blockbuster, there's incredible bad. The leverage was a big part of that one, right? Netflix still sells DVD. Do they still sell DVDs or rent DVDs? Do people buy DVDs from Netflix, John? I didn't know that. Betamax, yeah. All right, good point, Joe. So John says, I've been agreeing with a lot of what you're saying. John, I'm glad you're bullish because I agree. John says, just saying physical is going to be around forever doesn't mean GMO will. I agree with that. Like I say, if you say physical is going to be around 10 to 20 years, it could be such a niche thing. It doesn't necessitate GameStop's existence, right? I agree with that. But I think looking out 5, 10 years, 15 years, maybe that's the thing. It might not be as I don't know if this is what Uber's talking about, but for the physical disc may not be as marginal as like vinyl disc. Even hasn't even vinyl been increasing like recent years? It doesn't mean GME will, but it increases. I think John would agree with this. It does. If physical is going to be around for 20 years, we might say it doesn't mean that GME will, but I think you'd agree it increases the chances they will, right? If physical still has a 25% share or 20% share, we can disagree on that number, that's fine. But let's say physical still has a 25% share or 20% share looking out 10 years. I think there's a case to be made that GameStop, that increases the chances of GameStop's existence, right? I think you'd agree with that. Damn, I missed what y'all talk about. So John adds, but they haven't made it clear to the market that it's game changing. Hopefully I've made it clear that I agree with that, John. The Microsoft news is big, but there needs to be more. I remember how we were saying when we were analyzing the earnings release in September, right? That night. And I thought it was a good earnings release, right? I shared that. We did the analysis in real time. And but I remember thinking, I'm sure I said this, right? I wanted more. I wanted more on this stuff, right? I'm like, I wanted a little bit more. And then we got another press release a couple weeks later, kind of outlining all these different types of things. Then we got the Microsoft partnership. That's good, right? This is the type of stuff I was kind of hoping for on the earnings release. But I suppose it makes sense that this stuff gets spaced out in a timely manner whenever the hell they announce it. I have no idea. But now, in that same vein, I still expect more. And right now, I wouldn't say that it's completely game changing just yet. But this is why I keep saying, and this is another one of those bullet points of what I think bears might be missing. I view that Microsoft partnership as the first domino to fall. I need a new phrase. it's like the first step. I expect there to be more. So that's the other thing. If there weren't more, looking out a couple of quarters, they're not generating the free cash flow I expect, then that really hurts my thesis, because I was expecting some of these. Not to say that they were every single one was going to be the huge game changing type stuff, but that optionality, right? There needs to be some, and I suspect they've been working on this. They have been working on this stuff. They've told us they've been working on that stuff. But all right, when's the news come? Like the new consoles are here. When are we? This is the opportunity to leverage these new consoles in this cycle, and people coming into your stores to kind of take advantage of this stuff. So, where was I going with that? So in totality, it could be game changing. You know what I mean? But even still, that Microsoft, I think John would agree with that too. That Microsoft partnership was still pretty meaningful. Yeah. But ignoring everything management has done. I miss what y'all talk about. Keep going. Oh, it says the Microsoft deal is worthless? Oh, I don't agree with that, John. Do you agree with that, John? I know Uber doesn't. I know Justin doesn't. Worthless? What? Come on. How could it be worthless? I do concede that we don't know every single, all the variables, but of what we do know, it ain't worthless. Whew. Worthless? Come on, man. Even I don't talk about optionality. It's hard for me to call something worthless. Worthless. That's what I say. Like, even if it was only worth 20 to 50 million annually, do you know what I mean? It's high margin. I mean, I suspect it would be high margin, right? It's indicative. This is the thing that another thing the mini bears. It's indicative of that they're clearly Microsoft sees the value in teaming up with GameStop in this new digital space, and I think it reflects what other potential partners will do with GameStop as well. That's what I think. And so even if hypothetically the net present value of that deal were not as high as some of us think, it's still, I think, an indication of the optionality. You know what I mean? That's what I think people are missing. Maybe I'll be wrong about that. I could be wrong about that. Absolutely, I could. I just think it just seems like incomplete analysis to me. Oh, yes, Uber. You heard me say that, right? Uber saying, quite simply, management told us precisely what they were doing. Reading the ICR's concept is helpful. They know that the sell side is heavily short. So you saw, he's talking about this. Y'all, you got to check this out. It's 9 already? I like boxed the whole thing. Awful, right? How helpful is me boxing all this stuff? But it's like, I agree with Uber. They've been laying this stuff out. They've been working on this stuff, and I just think it's been aligned with them. They've laid out the plan. And it's like going according to plan, and they navigated the closure of their stores pretty well. That was like I agree with you, Uber. Let me keep going. I agree. Yeah, Polygon's like, how can you possibly get a net present value of 0? Well, so in John Just, how can you get a net present value above 0 without term deals? Assumptions, right? Assumptions. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of skeptical that anyone would say it's 0. You got to make assumptions, and then on those assumptions. But indeed, for a level of certainty, that's fair. Right? We can't be certain in this analysis. I agree with that, John. Everything's probability. But that's why I always say share the model. I haven't seen some of these other models. That's a bummer. Why is it? Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, right. Yeah, and to John's point, it will take a while for the market to notice the value. That's right. Sometimes that's what I was saying earlier. Sometimes it will just take time. It will just take time because even though I view it as an indication of a certain thing, the market sometimes drags its feet on these types of things. The way I see it, as my thesis goes, it has taken the market over a year to see some of the stuff I've been seeing. You know what I mean? A year. So it could take another year or a longer time to digest these partnerships. I'm with you on that. That's what I mean. That's why when you start talking squeeze odds and stuff, you got to factor in this possibility that why do the shorts need to close? Why do they need to close? They need to have an incentive to close. In my opinion, I keep on saying how risky the setup is from an individual investor standpoint. Like, it just strikes me as incredibly risky. But otherwise, if they're grounded in this fundamental view that the Microsoft deal is worthless and maybe GameStop's not going to lock up other partnerships, well, they'll just wait it out, and it could just take them time, and then maybe they just trim out of their position over time. I still, that doesn't mean it's not risky. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if it does take the market a long time to appreciate the value, that's the thing. Once things are in bullish uptrends, sometimes it doesn't take as long as people think. See, I'm a little bit behind, but yeah, John talking about this, speculating. Well, this is value investing, John, that the market will re-rate. Forget the timing of it. I'm not going down. I just talked about that, but that's value investing, right? That the market re-rates closer to what fair value is. We can disagree with about what fair value is, but one of us is probably right. And the market will re-rate accordingly in time. That's not to say it's going to happen overnight or anything, right? Maybe I think I'm on the same page as John. Jorge. What's up, Jorge? Cheers. Yeah, you were talking short squeeze. Okay. Oh, I'm way behind. Oh, this shit. Y'all probably talking like I gotta keep going. I'm reading this stuff. I just kind of keep going. I'm kind of seeing the conversation going back and forth. It's a good one. Uber John. I don't even John. I mean, is anyone? Sorry, I'm not caught up, but I'm like agreeing with a lot of stuff John's saying. So, what's up, Jorge? Oh yeah, what's up? Okay. Miles Hunt, welcome. Beliefs, talk about GameStop compete with. We were talking about that in the last stream. How it could compete with some of the PC retailers and stuff, physical stores have a delivery advantage. Yeah, we talk about that. I don't know how much of an edge they have. I think a lot of us are on the same page that it's a good market for GameStop to get into, and how there's a lot of opportunity there that maybe the market is undervaluing as well. That's another one of those options. It's not as like sexy as some of these digital spaces, but as far as that's what I'm talking about, legacy business. Like that legacy business, I feel is a little bit worth more than what I originally thought. Part of that is like a new omni-channel experience, better online experience, but some of this is even changing of the merchandise, right? Like the so these PC parts, which tend to be higher margin. And then if they start to compete with these folks, police, I agree. Oh, phase 3. Oh, Saucy, I didn't know that. So Saucy saying Pfizer phase 3 data coming. Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a time or anything like that. If we get a clean election, okay, good call. Did they announce that? Boy, how the hell could they be on phase 3 already? Is it accelerated? Must be. Jeez. Okay. Yep. Uber already hopped in there. John's saying, I think management has to show the world GME can survive past the console cycle before squeeze. Yeah, what I would say is well, forget the squeeze, right, John? More about shorts closing. I'm not even thinking about the squeeze so much as I am just the reason the shorts close. To your point, maybe they're saying maybe they need to survive past the console cycle. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it takes time. They say, oh, I'm not closing. With the caveat, John, price action. I still think with really aggressively bullish price action, for whatever reason, for fundamental reasons or non-fundamental reasons, I don't care. But if this price gets to 20, 25, 30, I think it gets tougher to wait and see if GameStop can survive past the console cycle. And tell me if you agree with that. That they might be incentivized to close at that point. Doesn't say it definitely is going to happen. I think it gets tougher to hold if that price starts rising. You know what I mean? So that's my point, is that it can rise without the shorts closing because other people want to buy in. You know what I'm saying? And then it rises to the point where they're like, oh, shit, maybe we got to close because this is kind of getting expensive. You know what I mean? I could be wrong about that. I don't have high conviction in this type of analysis. I'm just sharing my viewpoint on this stuff. I just think if it were me and the stock's at 20, 25, 30 and I'm sitting on over 100% of the shares short, I'm like, what the hell? And you can get that without them closing. And so that would be my one thing. That would be my one. It's really my primary counter to that, John. Whereas I would agree with you, they may, from a fundamental standpoint, they may just say, well, I need to see more than Microsoft. I even need to see more than Sony. I need to see them actually execute over the next 18 months, and then I'll make my decision. The market may have other plans. That's my point. Jorge, you holding GME? Oh, yeah. So in this model portfolio, Jorge, educational. Welcome to the stream, Jorge. This is an educational stream. There's no advice or anything like that just because you're asking. But there's a model portfolio I share. Oh, I don't have it up right now. But in the Roaring Kitty model portfolio, long GameStop. Yeah. Okay, or cause the squeeze. Yeah, even still, John. Then if they had to close, if they were incentivized to close earlier, then again, it could cause a squeeze. Boulder wants to. Yeah. That's the only way to change the price target. Yeah, it wants numbers. Okay, I'm on the same page with that, Steve. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, I still retract that. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Welcome, Trey. Welcome. Trey saying, yeah, let's see about price action. Yeah, I withhold. I'm waiting to see the price action over the next 2 weeks, right? I guess partly that too. I'm always watching it, you know. Jordan only likes the stream when Trey tells him. Cheers, Trey. Cheers, Jordan. Thanks, Trey. Some of this is gone. Okay, so I'm missing some of this. All right. I'm missing the combo. That's okay. I keep going. Oh, he has revenue declining every year? Okay. Yikes. Revenue declining? Next year? Revenue declining next year? Well, I disagree with that. Right? That would be. Oh, that seems to me really bearish. Wow. There's a pre-mortem for me. I see we're at really low revenue levels. That's how I feel. I think we're at, right? We're at cyclically low revenues, right? This is, didn't Barry call it like a perfect storm or something like that? I agree with that. You know what I mean? To use this as the base, if revenues aren't up for the 12 months ending through Q3, I mean, maybe I assume, keep going. All right, I keep going. I see you guys are going back and forth on this. I'll let. Am I catching up? I don't even know. I hope. Oh, Uber. Net operating working capital analysis, comparing the cycle and year over year. That would be useful, I'm sure. It seems like is there still a debate going on with the working capital analysis? Someone was just talking about that. Oh, I just like someone was just talking about this on Seeking Alpha. Oh, I got it up. Sir, who was it? Right here. Yeah. I just like this comment. So it took me a while to get this up. There's likes. Sometimes I don't refresh, but I got them up. Oh, I liked a couple of comments. So if anyone's, oh yeah, I saw Miles on there. Yeah. So the net operating working capital. This was a good comment. Someone dug through and went through some of this stuff. I didn't get. I liked. I didn't get a chance to go through and pour over the figures because it was just posted a couple hours ago. So yeah, I mean, the part of the cash increase is because of work. Some of that isn't. I mean, I don't know what y'all are talking about, but part of the cash boost is because of some working capital management, right? That's why it's not just true free. That's why they phrase it that way. I know in the earnings, but whether it's going to persist isn't a whole other thing. But that was my thing. For my sake, for my analysis, I think I just wanted to ensure that they had a strong enough balance sheet to get through Q3 and that be good and ready to run. And the balance sheet was in good shape heading into Q3. So that's why that was so important to me, less so than the free cash flow analysis. Okay. Jordan, yeah, same Jordan. If your stock's down 5%, 10%, just leave the computer. Go do something else. You know what I mean? I'm with you on that. Look at that. Look at that short pattern going into the prior cycles. Short interest. Oh, that just confused the hell out of me. Okay. Would you say that the short pattern? Okay. Oh, okay. I liked it. I like some other stuff here, didn't I? I should have went through that. Oh yeah, did you see that? So that's the thing with the Sony announcement. They were saying very considerable PS5 demand. Like there's gonna be a ton of people buying that. That's remember the whole pie is growing larger, right? I kind of viewed that as bullish for a company like the only brick and mortar retailer dedicated to gaming. You know what I mean? There's other variables too. I get that, but okay. Oh, Uber was yep. Where's that chart? Do I want this chart or do I want this chart? This chart should be fine, right? Is it accurate? Okay, yeah, this is good. Okay, shares sold short went up, and then after that the price went up, and then the shorts went down, and then going into 2013, shorts went up crazy high, over 60 million out of 130 million roughly, and then following that the price went up, and then the shorts went down. Uber, I don't even know if this is what you're asking about. I think it is, but good call, bring it up. And here we are again. Short interest went up. Is the price going to fall? Historical price action isn't an indication of future price action, right? We all know that. It's still something to bring up. It's noteworthy. Hey, Uber, thanks for reminding me of that. I know we looked at this the other day, but the short thesis this time is the disintermediation, right? That they think that's the thing. I think they got wrong. I think we're one cycle away from that, right? That's how I feel. But I think the bears think this is it. That's why some people have been describing it as a headwind, which is bananas to me. There were some good quotes in here. I think right off the bat, speaking of this whole digital front. If I was gonna quote a couple of them right here. Where's that digital shit? Okay. So there will be a physical can you see that? Can I zoom? Let me zoom. Boom. So there will be a physical aspect of gaming well into the future, and we tend to have absolute market share leadership in that space. The other part of it is the ability and the willingness and the awareness that we need to lean into digital. They keep on saying this, lean into digital, lean into digital. That's what this new cycle offers an opportunity, is leaning into digital, right? And I think some bears are like, well, there's nothing there for you in digital. And this is where I think is a major crux of the disagreement. And I think management knows this, and some of the bulls are buying into us, whereas I think the bears are slower to buy into it because they want more evidence. And I think that's going to be, it's going to be a big knock on their thesis if they're wrong, right? It's not over yet, but I think if it proves that if stock price rise significantly from here, I think this is going to be a big part of it, is the underappreciation of management's ability and willingness, to even use their phrase right here, to lean into digital and succeed in that environment. So we're quite capable of driving things like digital exclusives. This wording is a little bit off. I noticed in the conference the grammar's not totally accurate. They were trying to transcribe, I guess. We're quite capable of selling digital games in stores as part of that attachment. We're quite capable of funneling as we've always done in the past. And I think this is a matter of one recognizing that there will be a digital markets out there with significant size. Like the wording's a little bit off. Physical market out there with significant size. but a digital market that we can lean into that I'd say we've probably tried to move the customer to physical when they wanted digital back in the day. Like you're saying, we used to push physical even though they wanted digital. Now management is saying, we're going to try to sell them whatever they want now in whatever terms they want. Like that's why they're renegotiating these vendor partnerships and trying to see what they would look like. And I think that they will succeed to a degree. We can argue about how much they'll succeed, but this is what I mean. They've been talking, this was January, right? This isn't new. We're getting the Microsoft news. This stuff has been in the works for a while. And why do I bring this up? Because this is a big difference. I think there's more. There's really good quotes in here. Talking up how it's going to be a rough, like kind of couple of quarters, but Q4. Was there anything else on these lines? I don't know. I want to keep reading the chat. But this was my thing. Is like they were betting like this is it. It's going to cannibalize for those, and I'm like, I think that they're wrong about that. That. Generally speaking, I think it might resemble, this is my analysis, call it biased, it could be wrong, but I think that the chart is going to end up looking like what Uber's pointing out here, is that I think they're off by a cycle. And even that, I still think GameStop, they're if it didn't have a new management team that was really trying, like I think that there's something there that they'll be able to pull this off, and that the shorts will realize it. I don't know about too late, I don't want to say that, but I just think, but I don't know. Time will tell. I understand that. This is what John was getting at earlier. Time will tell. Yeah, Jordan's saying all major investors remain there that we know of. Consoles, cash, PC diversification, better inventory management, Microsoft deal, new Switch, nowhere to travel due to COVID. Stories variable. There's others to it. Jordan just listed a couple, but I like the people who just put the arrow after and say, yeah, right there. I like that. Supportive. I know, yeah. It's you know what I mean? Like it's so funny how it's funny. It's funny. It's fascinating. And we're not gonna know for a bit more time to pass, but how confident like both sides are, you know what I mean? Like the Bears are confident, the Bulls are confident. It's fascinating to me. Like I keep on saying how I'm confused and confounded and perplexed and blah blah blah. Pull up the thesaurus, you name the word. And is it just that I'm wrong? You know what I mean, Jordan? You know what I mean? So look at this. Otter saying, Otter driver, cheers, welcome. I'm looking at all the gap ups in the past month. Didn't we expect this dip before another gap? Isn't this exciting at this point? Hey, that's a good point. I don't disagree with that. Saying, look at all these dip, Philadelphia, dip, Philadelphia. I see what you're getting at, Otter, and I don't even strongly disagree. It's like we'll have to see where it ends up, right? Give it a couple more days, see what the price action does. But if we hold this like $11 to $16 range, I'd agree. It's just validating the move. I know what you mean. Oh, Daniel says the VW squeeze happened today, 12 years ago. Crazy. Oh, thanks, Daniel. I didn't realize that. That's kind of funny, huh? Tea Tree, Wavement, welcome. Cheers. Oh, yeah, we've been talking about the week. We've been talking. Sony Q2 ended September 30th. Yeah, I knew that. Did I misspeak? If I might have misspoke. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Gotta remember not to get so close to that mic. Talking investors. Oh. All right, just popped on me. And did I miss anything? And then I missed. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. I think this is the first. I think 4 times it's leaped on me, and I've missed the whole previous chat. Wow. Okay. No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't miss it. Okay. I'm almost caught up. I almost caught up. Nope. Okay. I didn't miss. Okay. Come on. Come on. I'm shooting for 9:30. Let's go. Oh, Belize would see. Oh, a Logitech partnership with GME. I like that, Belize. Belize talking about from the PC, going the PC angle again. I like that. Like a PC type partnership, right? Logitech or something. Yeah, okay. I mean, usually when we talk about, I've been listing off potential partnerships and stuff. It's usually the whole digital space. I do feel as though those would be more meaningful, but even still, like, I don't know what that partnership would look like or how lucrative it would be to like a GameStop type. I think a lot of partnerships front of mind for folks just because of the reaction to the Microsoft one. But yeah, maybe partnering up with an incumbent could be a net benefit to a GameStop. I'm not sure. Like I have no idea if partnering with Logitech would be a good idea. I just like the thought process of, hey, here's the different stuff that they could do in the PC space. Not enough people are talking about that, I think. Myself included. Yeah, so Dusty said the same thing. Hadn't thought of a partnership there. Again, I don't know if it would be... I wouldn't be as impactful to sentiment, I think, as a Microsoft. But even still, I'm curious about that. So Steve said the same thing. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, it's obvious now that you have said it, right? Look at all of us said the same thing. Steve and Dusty. Yeah, we weren't really thinking about those PC partnerships. Oh, I think someone might have said an NVIDIA one. Did they mention NVIDIA on a couple streams ago? I think so. PC components. Turtle Beach. Right, that's right. So to Saucy's point, he's saying, I don't even know if GME needs a partnership, right? I agree. That's what I mean. I don't know enough to know that it even would be a net benefit. That's one of those in management I trust. Come on. Was it 924? Let's go. Senvest was buying at $9. Yep. NMS Austin, welcome. Cheers. Okay, John, I assume you responded to me. I don't remember the context, but I do not think it's worthless. Thank you, John. But I can't value it until I know the terms. We can do our best to approximate the value, right? As Uber has done. I've shared it. While I'm here, I'm in Uber's posts. Well, I tweeted it. There you go. Here's one. You know what I mean? We could just apply some variables. That's why it was great that Rod did that. Just toss some numbers out there. This is the thing. I haven't seen any. I might have just missed it. I might have not seen it with John. You know what I mean? I'm not saying people aren't doing it or anything like that. But indeed, you can't. That's all with modeling. That's all you do. As you know, you just toss some figures out there, and that's the thing, John. So you say we can't value it until I know the terms. That's how value investing works. Like, you know what I mean? Like, precision is besides the point. It's not always, right? For my style, which might not be your style, right? Let me just get that out the right off the bat. For my style of value investing, I don't care about I never have enough information. I never do have enough information to adequately value a stock. In my investment style video, I say that how, like, you don't even have enough information to come to a precise valuation. You just need to get like a ballpark range of where fair value might be, right? And then at the end of the day, also a reminder, the market doesn't give a shit about what your fair value is. Market does not care. That stock price will sell all over the place, sell well above it, sell well below. It doesn't care. That's why I'll quickly value stock and then move on. I don't like assign so much importance to it. I just do it quick and then move on. And for me, it's just a matter of like in this case, is it worthless or is it not worthless? You know what I mean? Because that's meaningful. Because if it's, like I said, even if it's 20 to 50 million, especially if it's to perpetuity, if it's just 10 years or something, like, you know what I mean? And I understand this is what you're getting at. I'm just saying, even if it were just the net present value were just like 50 million or something, it's meaningful because I think it's like I was saying, it's I don't want to say a proxy, but it's a reflection of the benefit that GameStop is offering some of its partners. That's what I think. And so you do your best, assign a couple variables to it and be like, all right, well, there is something there. And then with the potential of being much more or maybe much less, but I agree with you, it's not worthless. John, based on your comments, I feel like I'm telling you stuff you already know, but I'm just trying to run with what you're saying. WSS waiting for the start of the positive movement. Yeah, well, I'd still say it's still in that positive. It's still in that positive space. And to Uber's point, I don't think there will be terms either. I don't think you're ever going to get those precise terms. That's why you just got to value it. Toss some numbers out there. They're under no obligation to share them with us. From a business standpoint, they probably shouldn't, right? But usually, it's atypical to share those types of terms, right? That's right. To Dusty's point, shows faith in them. Why give GameStop any money if you don't? Well, why partner with GameStop in the digital environment? Why does that make any sense? Why do it? Why are they incentivized to do that? That's what I kept asking myself. And now pull up the ICR conference transcript. I mean, there's management has said why, and so did shit. I keep on leaning into it. The microphone. Hey Joe, what's up? What's up, guys? Tough week, hanging in there. Yeah. Hanging in there, Joe. Hanging in there. We're talking about it. We're talking about the week all stream so far. I don't think it's as bad as some people are thinking. For what that's worth, quick take, Joe. Check out these charts. I think it's hanging in there okay. Oh, futures green again. Yeah, I had them up. I'm getting up there. Seems like it's been a pretty big sell-off, I think. Your opinion, yeah. Cheers, Jason. Cheers. Welcome. Percent growth. 929. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh shit. Fine, they're unrealistic. Okay, kind of missed this. Unrealistic bull. He's a realistic bull. Got that right. Okay. So they didn't say it. That's a good answer. Jesus. Triangle. Shit. Oh, Pfizer is supposed to release date. Okay. Kazi. So this is marginal analysis, Kazi. Kazi asking 12 was clearly not strong support. Where do you think the next floor is? Marginal analysis. This isn't high conviction stuff, but let me just share with you what I was looking at. This is very short-term stuff. This is really marginal. Make no mistake. This is just kind of like trying to take the pulse of like very short-term sentiment. I was looking at this like high 11 range. We're right there. I made this before the end of the day, and it looked like it was higher lows. You know what I mean? And it ended right there. That's not really strong support or anything like that. That's just intraday stuff. But let's see if it breaks through. I'm curious to see what it does tomorrow. We're right there in that very short-term little support. Very weak support. And then as you back out, I'm still in this box. I'm in that like the mid 11, low 11 range. Like breaking through 11, I might start changing my changing the sentiment and psychological front. The fundamental thesis might still be fully intact, blah, blah, blah. But just from that technical standpoint where I think other technical analysts might be bullish, I'm looking at that range. So look at these boxes, Kazi. Here's another box right here. I shared it on Twitter too, so you can check it out on Twitter. These are public. Same range. So you kind of see a similar range across the board. And I'm in the same mindset this whole time, barring material fundamental news. That's how I feel. For what that's worth, Kazi. I didn't even see 12. I didn't think 12 was particularly strong. Where were you seeing 12 again? Oh, right here. Like I didn't think there was anything really at 12. Oh, there was a little bit right there, I guess. Not much. You know what I mean? This is 15-minute charts. It's I call myself a longer term investor. It's kind of silly. I'm pulling that up. So that's right. I'm in that like 11 range, Kazi. Good question. Oh yeah. There was investor relations, I thought. Talking about the partnership. Yep. Yeah. Partnership. Yep. Musical. Oh, jeez. I'm trying to get cut off. Oh, I missed my 9:30 mark, but I think I'm close. Okay, police past price action is true for future price, and I mean the waves maybe, but not the precise price action, right? Okay, Spider Cat with their new management, investors, store reboots, and new deals. I'm very confident. Cheers, Spider. Welcome. Happy Wednesday, James. Happy Wednesday. Cheers, mates. Manchild, welcome back. Just here, get help viewership. Thanks, Manchild. You have a nice night if you roll. I gotta go through it. Yeah. I know, Chris called me out. Yeah, I was saying dip, Philadelphia. Yeah. That's right, Chris. You at least got the reference. Dipadelphia. Yeah, why did I switch? I switch it back. I was afraid people wouldn't get the reference. But you're right, Chris. Dipadelphia. All right, I'm trying to get caught up. Almost caught up. Oh, Dusty, it just jumped on me. I just saw you say almost caught up. You're right, Dusty. You're right. Hold on. Let me just get back up. Okay. The market would have to crash. Yeah. I'm going to sell off. Let's see. Okay. Caught up. Whoo! Cheers, everybody. Cheers. All right. 9:35. Okay. I feel like one time it took till after 10. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. My stream's correct. Oh, I don't know what they predicted that time. Okay. Salaryman? Konnichiwa? Steve Stunk, what's up with this gutting policy? Yeah, as some people were talking about Steve Stunk asking about this gutting policy. I think what GameStop sometimes does is with the new games. Can anyone confirm this? Just no having slow moving product. Yes, that's it, Steve. It's taking up space on their shelves. It's a merchandising thing. Oh no. Was it Salaryman? Oh, can you teach me how to say it properly? Oh, can I? Oh, okay. Can I try again? Salaryman? Konnichiwa. Based on your spelling, did I say it right? Oh, my bad. I think it was just taking up space on the shelf, Steve. And so, yeah, okay. Thank you, Salary. All right, thank you. You tried to help me too. I just missed it the first time. Thank you. Konnichiwa. That's kind of like in was it Spanish? Sometimes we put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, right? There's I have that with some other languages too. They just want to focus in the store, like they're low, from a merchandising perspective. This bullet point right here, they say it right there: maximize SKU productivity, and the other merchandise shit. Drive effective merchandising. Like you want to get some of the products just off the shelves into the back and have that stuff, and just have the primary most important SKUs from a profitability. This is like a business type. This is one of those in managements I trust, but I understand why at least they're doing it. And but I didn't know that. So they gut some of the new games and they'll just give you the disc. That was the one I was kind of surprised by. I guess like if you buy a new game, you're getting the case, right? You know what I mean? Isn't that? Are there cases where you buy a new game and you don't get the case? Oh, where you buy a used game maybe, right? And you don't get the case, right? So Dusty, to your point, the limiting to 200 is a problem. So for Dusty says it's a problem for me though, because people browsing games. Yeah. So right here. So we're talking about this. What is the gutting of new games and stuff? Do I have? Do they just? I forget if they. What's this? Gutted games for display equals unwrapped case and have stickers on it. So if you bought new, but still pay full price. Yeah. I mean, that's not right. If you buy a new game, you got to get the case. More time. So the one thing I was going to add, Dusty, I talked about this earlier on the stream. I think there's a trade-off. So that's not to say that every business decision is going to be pure good news, pure pros, right? There's always going to be some cons associated with. Management has to do is weigh the potential benefits against the costs. In what you're describing could be one of those costs where some people just like to browse around, see some games, pick up some extra stuff. That's fair. They have to make that decision, driven by data, very likely, that, you know what, wait, was that what you said? People browsing all the titles is a good thing. May end up buying something else. Right. You say something else? Dusty. More time in store is a positive any retailer wants. It is a positive sign that management is just that's right. That's all I can say. I don't even disagree with you, Dusty, right? I'm like, you're right. I think I think they just have to weigh the pros and the pros and the cons and then they go with it. And I don't have that expertise. But I hear you, Dusty. I hear you. More time spent in store, all else is a good thing, right? To do this stuff. Yeah, Cody. So they have about 100 million left. Last we heard, they had 100 million left on the share buyback approval. It would have been more impactful had they bought at a lower price point, right? Now that the price point's risen, they couldn't buy back quite as much. But yeah, I would have given in light of the short interest, the massive short interest, I think it would be viewed positively, very bullishly by the market if they announced that they exhausted it, even if they only bought back like 10 million shares or something like that. We were trying to discuss the likelihood of that. This quarter, right? Because now that they have the bond exchange behind them and stuff, but they seem to be focused more on the debt right now, so it seems. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Trey, same. We buy the launch title and knock out the new game. Especially bad if the stickers leave permanent residue, right? Yeah. Stocking too many niche games, inefficient, drive autonomy each other. Yep. Pros and the cons. Hey, Rob, welcome. Welcome, Rob. Welcome. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Cheers, mate. Happy Wednesday. The infamous sticker. Yeah. Police thinks the buyback will be timely. Yeah, those stickers, I know. A lot of people laughing about those. I know, if you buy that new game, right? And you, especially if you like collect them and stuff, you can, if you get do they all have, don't they have the plastic on them? Cellophane? Then they put the sticker on it? I certainly hope that these days, right? Seems like back in the day they might have done that. I feel like that's just not right. Then like a couple of other shit. Oh yeah, that was good. The overall pie is growing, right? Dimitri's talking about that. That's another thing with this cycle, right? I'm not so sure that bears are overlooking that aspect, but it's just something to remember. And then I saw it too in that Sony data. I mean, you notice the discrepancy between physical software and digital software, right? It's kind of interesting. It didn't decline quite as much as the digital was down like 50. Someone said this. Didn't someone say this? I think someone said, oh yeah, Dr. Zell said that. But it'll be interesting what these next couple quarters are. 59% versus 45% last Q2. I'll be interested to see. Yeah, so just at this point for the billionth time. Oh, did I miss stuff? For the launch titles, you get it standard with the plastic wrapping, but maybe an older, new version of game might have. Okay, thank you, Trey. I was wondering about that. All right, so I talked about like this will be one of my bullet points on things I think people might be missing. Anything else? I also think the share buybacks, it seems silly. I think some people are not pricing in the share buybacks enough. It sounds dumb, I know. Management execution of their tasks. Like the niche. I guess that was it. Sony, that, shorts. That was a good chart. Oh yeah. So there was a follow-up here. This play has nothing to do with, it's about data. And for and just to, you know what I mean? Like, well, in both these cases, it's about the data. That's what I mean. I think that there's tremendous value here. And I think that's what Ryan Cohen sees. And then people will just say, well, are you just suffering from confirmation bias? But that's the thing. That's on the contrary, I was very skeptical, deliberately, of this tremendous upside transformation, leveraging all this stuff, blah blah blah. Like I read the conference. I read this stuff, and when it came out back in January, and then they were talking about this shit on the conference calls. They were talking about it for so long. I'm like, yeah, well, am I gonna see anything? I'm like, when am I gonna see this shit? Is it gonna come to fruition? I understand the shit takes time, but as an individual investor, what are you gonna assign a high probability to this stuff without seeing shit? I can't do that. So I'm just like, all right, it's a good story. It's a good story. I want to see them execute. And now I feel like we're getting more and more, and that's why I keep on thinking we're gonna get more. I'd be disappointed if we didn't get more and more news, more describing what these, bringing to, solidifying some of these options that I'm talking about, and so I agree with this. You know what I mean? It's about the data, and it's in their unique position in the industry. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't even see this. Here you can see clear how Chewy sells more. Oh shit! There you go. Look at this. That's good. How Chewy sells more pet supplies than Amazon. I think that's cool. Hey, good chart. I missed that, Eddie. Many people have said this, right? But that to dominate one of the verticals, the gaming vertical, if GameStop can crush it in that vertical, they can dominate that space. This is, you know what I mean? Like you can overtake like an Amazon in that space and kind of. I mean, they already have a good sized market share. This is what I mean. GameStop has the scale, has the size and stuff. There's opportunity here to do that, but yeah. Yep. So, and to Dusty's point too, Dusty says we all agree they have to pivot moving forward because the physical is declining. So the first phase of that healthy pivot. That's right. So Belize says Amazon doesn't have a niche power; it's just overarching. That's right. It's convenience across all these things, right? But that's why if you can dominate as I think Belize is getting at here, if you can dominate that specific area, you can kind of take that share away from an Amazon type. And even other types too, right? I mean, there's still folk you can buy games at Best Buy, right? There's other ones too. So that's just that. That's what I mean. That's like that legacy business I'm talking about. You can just crush it on the omni-channel front, but then if they can value uncover value or like develop this value over time from this the data front. I think that there's quite a bit of upside there too. That's what I mean. That's what I think like Ryan Cohen sees. He sees this like the size of the company, the revenue, like 5 billion plus revenues, even in this really shitty year that they have. All those members, the loyalty that they have. And I know people like kind of discount that, but it's really hard to get into that position. It's expensive to get into that position, and GameStop's already there, and it's kind of just pivoting, right? As you talk about. I'm only disappointed in the lack of black cats on his head. So what I'll say is though, this ghost is because of all the down week we've had. This ghost is in pain. I think you see that goat. That ghost is suffering. Huh, Spider Cat? See that? Well, that's not really a cat. Well, I guess I don't have any cats. Does this count as a cat? We'll count that as a cat. The orange and black I was going for today. You know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I mean, Spider Cat? At least I think that Spider Cat's the one who calls me out of that. I did have a similar one that did have the cat on it, but I don't have. I wore that the other day. Did I have time to go through it? Let me go through a couple of these real quick. I didn't get through charts. All right, just quickly. There's so much I wanted to do. Let me just go through the charts real quickly. No. This real quickly. Sorry. I mean, some of this stuff we've already talked about so much, so I don't just want to repeating everything I said. It was just kind of nice rereading it and having it all in one page that wasn't the transcript. You know what I mean? Is a place not where just gamers to buy a console. That is the way. Okay. Okay. 60 million members, a global footprint, the leading market share in the industry, and macro that's actually quite strong, right? That backdrop, right? The backdrop is super strong. And we said for some time now that we need the need to pivot that needed to happen on our part. Certainly the industry is a healthy one. Like they understand this, right? Everyone, of course they get it. They know they have to. You don't play just consoles and games there, but you learn about them and become better at gaming. Like GameStop's the place to go. They have the expertise to provide guidance. I think they even mention here, hey, Marcenci, what up? How they talk about how you can educate folks on what the differences are between the consoles, PS5 versus the new Sony versus the Microsoft consoles, but also the difference between the digital and the physical version, right? Which one should you get? Like that's where you go. That's where maybe look bad in hindsight that their strategic review cost them a year. It just took them time, right, Uber? But then what happened earlier this year, I think it kind of stalled some stuff. It was a powerful brand and a healthy industry with significant loyalty base. Like a lot of the same stuff you hear me saying, right? I kind of get it from them. That's the thing. You could say management's wrong and therefore I'm wrong because I'm kind of buying into some of the stuff that they're saying. How can I counter that? That's the thing. If management seems as if they're following through with shit. If they weren't, I'd maybe agree with you. But now I'm like, they kind of pulling this shit out. We're an end-to-end customer life cycle, which stops along the way every aspect of the journey for gamers. GameStop to capitalize on these shifting trends, to evolve GameStop to capitalize on these shifting trends, including monetizing the digital world of gaming. And so far, we've had so little of that. You know what I mean? Has the talent, infrastructure, blah 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 blah. No mistaking that's our headwinds in the industry as well. Let's talk about this year was going to be impacting the entire video game industry. This is going to be a weak year. Oh, it was supposed to be. Then there were some huge year-over-year gains, right? Gamers are waiting for the new, more advanced versions, blah, blah, blah. Our customer base is the absolute most in-depth, most sophisticated gamer, and they're all keenly aware of what's going to happen later in the year. That's why it was always going to be a slow year, you know what I mean? We're fully cognizant of the fact that there's been a level of digital growth over the last 7 years between consoles that we need to look at as an opportunity. Turn a headwind into a tailwind. Isn't it funny we're saying the same language when we're talking about how this console cycle was going to be the headwind versus the tailwind, right? By leaning deeper into digital. Here's that phrase again. Leaning deeper into digital and selling more aggressively the digital aspect of the gaming experience. And I just think, I don't know. I guess I assign a higher probability to it that they can succeed in this. It's not like this isn't just some last minute Hail Mary they're putting together. They've been working on this for the past year. And they say to extend the physical, the new consoles are going to have a physical disc, blah, blah, blah. They're certainly going to extend the physical aspect of gaming into the next generation for the next 5, 6, 7 years, and they'll all be backwards compatible. A lot of stuff that we talked about already. They're far more advanced consoles, better graphics, better sound, better haptics, blah, 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 blah. But it's not going to be digital for everyone, right? That's what I think, too. I think some folks think it is. Hey, Fox. Hey, Fox. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Cheers, cheers, cheers. All right, all right. Just in the nick of time, Fox. Just in the nick of time. You just made it to just get some quick quotes from the ICR transcript from January of 2020, GameStop talking about some of this stuff. Okay. The console is the trigger point. It's how important the much of the industry hinges off the console sale. That initial console purchase, right? The console is the trigger point. It's at this point at which there are follow-on game sales, follow-on accessory sales, follow-on services sales. When we see innovation, our business remains quite strong. GameStop crushes it in the early years. That's what I think. And that's what they say. And the high attachment rate, well, we'll get into that. Early in its here's a viable, talk about Nintendo Switch, viable platform. Early in its life cycle, it does quite well for us. The 4 growth strategies. Okay, now they're going to talk about these 4 pillars that we talk about, right? I think we get into this right now. We believe there's a significant amount that happened there. So Gemini and the entire team have been busy looking at the cost structure. They focused then the first focus has been on the cost structure, management cost, that first pillar, first couple of pillars, right? Whatever they were. Making good progress on things like inventory control and just reducing the year-over-year inventories. For a lot of people, this is why GameStop was struggling for a while. No one really cares about that. They say, yeah, you do that. Who gives a shit? That's not gonna save your business. This is part of the reason the stock was like in the gutter for a while and I myself were like, all right, that's good you focused on that stuff as a retailer should, right? The past management team should have been focused on this, but they came in, they're like, whoa, yo, okay, Fox calling me on the 4 pillars again. That's fair. But Vox, you should just see how long how frequently I bring that up. You know what I mean? We have a great relationship between the small number of very productive SKUs. The majority of sales that we deliver out of the store, we're making progress on that. On the technical or the digital aspect, we've launched a new web platform towards the end of the summer that gave us. This was back in 2019. They've since added the new app features as well. Talking the power up rewards. Was there something else here? So again, you have tens of millions of customers worldwide that are part of this, and we're seeing good growth, particularly with the Power Up Rewards Pro, paid membership, and the most enthusiastic of all gamers. And then on the front, on working with our vendor base, this is January 2019, and then working on with our vendor base that we set all along will be the long tail and will be the most difficult portion of it. And let's say we're pleased with the progress there. This is January. So they're pleased with the progress so far, and now we've at least, they say it's more difficult, right? Makes sense. That's that digital side, that part of the transformation. This is why I've been discounting it the whole damn year. But then I see Ryan Cohen getting involved, and then I see some of the omni-channel transformation kind of unfolding to a bit. Doesn't mean it's going to crush it, but then I see the Microsoft partnership. I think, damn, maybe they're actually going to pull some of this stuff off. You know what I mean? No need to convince anyone. Believers will believe, non-believers won't. That's right, Fox. I was kind of getting at that earlier. I was talking about the Bears view and the Bulls view, and I don't think that anyone's going to convince anyone of everything because it's all probabilities based. It's all probabilities based, right? The probability they can pull off some of this stuff. I think everyone's just going to disagree with the probabilities, and it's really tough to find a middle ground with that, Fox. So what Fox says is, no one need to convince anyone. Believers will believe, non-believers won't. There you go. Oh yeah, I remember saying that Uber. So hey, Fox is pretty close to mine. I say 11 to 16, but Fox says 10 to 15 is the war for barring new info. Well, in 10 to even 7. I want to see 18 before I start seeing breakout, but I've been seeing that 11 to 16. I'm with you, Fox. That's where I see too. Ain't nothing happening 10 to 15. I'll take 10 to 15. That's cool. Close enough. Oh yeah. So Uber, you're saying that some of those just refuse to believe. That's right. I really think everyone's kind of got to the wrong. They've been right for so long. I think they got the wrong story. They've been right. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of fascinating. If they're right, then it's going to be anticlimactic. It's going to be anticlimactic, you know? The Bears, like the people's bearish case on GameStop, and I just think no one's really peeking under the hood. That's what I think. Oh, is there another GameStop video out right now? Oh, Camelot, yeah. Oh, it's the WSS. It stands for the Power Up Rewards. So they have those. GameStop has those 60 million member loyalty base. That has to do with those Power Up members, of which I estimate about 20 million are active, like they've purchased or traded in something in the past year, and that includes both U.S. and international. And so that's a huge. So there's a lot of data that comes with that, having those Power Up Rewards members. You can see what they're purchasing. They talk about this. Oh, let me get there. Oh shit, where is it? Good Power Rewards, the paid membership, and the most we're very happy with the success we had. So again, you have tens of millions of customers worldwide that are part of this, and we're seeing good growth, particularly within the Power Rewards Pro, where you pay for that, the paid membership, and the most enthusiastic of all gamers. And then on the front, no, that's not it. There's something else here. To kind of talk about what we. I thought it was just going to save me thinking, you know? Where the hell is it? I thought I was going to be able to see it. When you box off so much, it's not that helpful. I should have just been more limited. Is this it? Oh, so this is a good quote. Yeah, I mean, Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, it goes to the publishers. Is this about vendor partnerships? Okay, I think it's really interesting about that the company is the ability to leverage the partnerships that you have blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, I think Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, it goes to publishers as well. There you go. We've been talking about game publishers, right? I think there's very good recognition within the industry that GameStop is very much needed, that it is the place where customer acquisition and customer retention happens. And I'd say walk a mile in the shoes about Sony and Microsoft going into a new console launch. Those are the operative words that they're focusing on right now. Customer acquisition, customer retention, the generation movement. And obviously there's a digital component to that where you're going to have that customer for years and years ahead of time. So that puts a very big premium on what we do. And again, what we do is provide a better explanation of what these devices can do, what subscriptions exist within them, what games can be played on them, what accessories should be attached to them, and just give the full breadth of both products and services that revolve around the business. We attach accessories at a higher level. We attach games at a far higher level. So when you look at just the sheer sales productivity of the gaming industry at retail, we're the high watermark in terms of what attachment looks like, and that's important to our partners, right? This was kind of what Dimitri was getting at. I mean, some folks have been talking about this too. This is the value add for a GameStop. Here you go. An advantage. Here we go. Perfect. We absolutely do. We have a strong loyalty base, and again, we have some nice growth in it over the course of the holiday with a new offer around it, but it's an advantage to us, and it's an advantage to our partners just in terms of insights. This is the insights from the data that they have from this Power Up Rewards database. If you look at our database, we can pretty well judge propensity to buy. We know who is on the PlayStation 3. We know who is on a PlayStation 4. I mean, you could argue Sony knows some of this stuff too. We know who is on previous versions of each, and we know who's likely to buy, and we can target that in terms of one-to-one marketing. But it is a data share potential with our vendor base that's very important to them as well. That data share potential with our vendor base that's very important to them. You know what I mean? This is that data that we're talking about. We haven't heard any partnerships on this front, but to Maven Fund's point here, that it's about the data. You know what I mean? It's costly to get to that point, to get to that level of revenues, to get that number of members. And sorry, just jumped, but I just see Miles Hunt saying, yes, it's so important for the transformation. Data. I know, you know. So they were talking about this in January, and here it is October, and I still feel not enough people talking about this. So when I see this, I'm like, this is great. People talking about this. You know what I mean? Needs to be more people talking about, because when I'm going through that pre-mortem from a Bears perspective in my mind, that's one of the things. It's not so much. I mean, this is a big one. I just think it's the major potential upside that I think people might be missing. And from again, it's the sum of the weighted average probabilities and stuff. When you sum that up, you get it still appears discounted. You know what I mean? Oh shit! Did I lose? Did I miss? Okay. Yeah, I remember you saying that one. Okay, it just needs to see results. Evening, David. Welcome. Here to convince all the diamond hands to shake out. Okay, saw that. We just need some results, and then unfortunately, yeah, it could be Cody. Some people just want to see some actual results. Oh, I jumped too far ahead. Okay. People were bearing Amazon because of Kindles. Shares fall into stronger hands. I still think that it seems like they're kind of in stronger hands. You know what I mean? Those people are me. Just curious if the 5-week average has been shown. David, you talk about the 5-week average on the chart? Is that what you talk about? Because I did. I was noticing that one. I don't know if that's what you talk about, but I'm going to pull it up anyway. Boom. We're right there. I mean, that last half hour is what dropped us below. That's right. Let's see what it does tomorrow. But we were right there. Wasn't that interesting? And Joe on the stream was just talking about that. Pointed that out. Oh, we pointed it out on Twitter, Tom. That's right. So Miles is pointing out, we're talking about this data, right? How this data is cross-platform. It's cross-platform data. So they use PlayStation as an example. But they have data across the broad gaming community, right? I mean, not just the consoles, but the games, the accessories, when they purchase them. Are they first movers? Do they trade the games in? And you might say, well, how, like, so what, right? Some folks might think that. But from a marketing perspective, it's really valuable to have because, just to quote Wissing's article one last time today, is this going to be the last time I quote it? Combined, GME can create a high-margin ad targeting platform to improve ad efficacy for vendors, publishers, and merch makers. That can't be, you know what I mean? I feel like it can't be understated, the potential value there. Like, just look no further than a Facebook or any of these social media campaigns. There's a lot of value in this data, in this potential to advertise effectively. Do you know what I mean? And I don't know. Again, this will give. I say it's important just because I think there's tremendous upside there, and Maven Fund agrees. if they're able to do this, it could be a $200 million to $600 million to EBITDA. The stock goes to 200 of that, right? So he agrees, right? And I just think even if it's not likely right now, because I need more information, I want to hear them talk. I want to hear management say something specific about this. But clearly, I mean something more specific than this. They're talking about this. It's not like it's not just Wissink talking about it. That this isn't that management's never mentioned this. They've talked about it. They know how valuable this data is, right? It's just about coming up with the right partnership, what that looks like, who's interested in it, how are they going to utilize it. That stuff's important, right? And I, as like an individual investor, I'm like, oh, it's they know what I mean? Like that management seems like they're doing the right stuff is really, really meaningful to me because when I see this. And I usually, I know Fox would agree with this. Management's just going to talk up their shit all the time. Every company, forget GameStop. Managements are always going to talk up this, talk up that. Even GameStop in the past has talked up their shit. You see management teams do this. It's kind of like a part of their job. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to come on here and talk really negative about your company. So they're always going to talk it up. But that's why execution is so important. And because they've executed successfully over the past roughly 18 months or so, it increases my belief that they'll continue to execute on stuff like this. You know what I mean? So that's why it's meaningful. It's like, well, what is the upside if they execute? Maven Fund here saying it could be 200. Oh, and also just a reminder. Yeah, well, that's okay. You know what I mean? Let me keep. I don't want to fall too far behind. Okay, so David, did you see that? Did you see that 5-week average? Okay, so you were asking that. I hope you saw it. So valuable. Yep. Ecosystem, not community. Did I say the wrong word? John, my bad. The data also wasn't valuable. That data also wasn't as valuable pre-Microsoft. All about buzzwords. So buzzwords are part of this. 5-week average on the chart. Yep. Yes, John, buzzwords. They are buzzwords, right? And you hear me say these buzzwords. Many times it's for lack of a better word. And if there's better words I could be using, please do let me know. It's also the buzzwords that are used by the industry. You know what I mean? It's like that's the type of stuff they're looking at. It's hard to. Amazon thrives on so much data, right? Having competitive data can be even more valuable than internal. Yep. I'd be curious what GME actually tracked in the past. There's data and there's data. A lot of legacy C-arms are worth very little. Good point, good point. The scrubbing to convert is often so painful and so erroneous, it's not worth the trouble. Yeah, quality of data. That's what Fox is getting at. That's what data, you can just say data, right? But there's different levels of quality of the data. That's fair. We're on an accelerated term here. Chop, chop. True, true, true. That's right. So Trey says, this is what I'm getting at too. Literally, big data is the reason social media thrives in the current global economy. I agree with you, Trey. That's my point bringing up social media. Tremendous value with that big data. Two years ago, I went behind. Okay, thanks for sharing that, Fox. That's pretty old. Maybe things have changed. Right, you would have to assume that they're improving. But indeed, historic legacy, good question. Don't know. Even moving forward, though, I think we'd agree that even moving forward, you can start seeing that for the new consoles. You know what I mean? That's like an opportunity to track everything extensively. You know, and that would have value. Keeps on jumping on me. Okay. Okay. Yep. Fox, yeah, management talks up their shit, except for a handful. Those are so much more easy to deal with. No need. Yeah, I agree with you there, Fox. Right? Some managements just cut right to the chase. That's the thing, Fox. Though, you can call me this is confirmation bias, but that's the thing. I felt management has been kind of like saying this stuff. You'd yet to be seen, right? Like if we never get a partnership, something leveraging this data or another like vendor part, like if it never happened again, which I think is unlikely, but if it did, I'd be like, damn, they were just talking up the whole time. That's the thing though. I felt they were talking about the unsexy stuff for so long, and that's why the price lagged, because they weren't really so much talking up like the crazy stuff. That's how I felt. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and that's why the market was like, who cares? Cost cutting, store closures, effective merchandising. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? That's how I thought the market this whole time. I was like, the market doesn't care about this stuff, and that's why I thought that they were kind of being like, no, this like they weren't kind of bullshitting us for better or worse. You know what I mean? I talk about how it can be valuable to have a front person kind of talking up the business and stuff, and I use Elon Musk as an example. Who knows where that will be 5 years down the line? To voice no opinion on that. I'm just saying. Tesla's current market cap can be largely attributed to the Elon Musk, and so anyway, I'm trying to run with what Fox is saying. Okay, digital transformation will help be useful in a couple of years. Back end storage data. Then managing expectation. Oh, but Fox, will that be a determinant to our success? Oh shit, I missed some stuff. Oh, okay, it jumped. Okay, I was talking to Miles. Okay, sorry, John, you were talking to Miles. My bad. Even John, I mean, some of those words I'm using are buzzwords. You know what I mean? We say big data. Come on, so even though you were talking to Miles, I still feel like because I pick up on that stuff too. But that's the thing. That's why I did check my first GameStop video. It's a long one. It was it was almost an hour. But I spent the whole thing on the downside protection. And then I'm like, oh yeah, if they do this, then it'll be upside. You know what I mean? And then I talked about it more in the other videos. But I'm like I kind of interpreted some of that stuff that way. Okay, I think GME current management is pretty. Oh, so Fox, do you agree? Oh, I said that, Fox, before I read your comment. Foxed. I think GME current management is pretty no BS. I like George and Jim. Cheers. We're on the same page. We're on the same page again, Fox. That's what I was just saying. I think they're no BS too. They were almost to a fault. They were no BS. Oh, Fox. I don't know if anyone else has voiced their opinion, but I'm excited that you said that because that was my interpretation too. I'm like, they're kind of like frustratingly no BS, and maybe I've said that on some streams. Like I always felt like they could. That's why I was saying like Ryan Cohen getting involved. Like people care about what he's saying and stuff, and these guys get on. They're like, yeah, we're gonna cut costs. And everyone's like, who gives a shit? And I kind of felt it was like the no BS. Like this is what we're doing, and I think they were kind of playing the long game here. Like we know what's coming in Q4. Like they knew what was coming. It was inevitable. All right, delays and stuff because of the COVID and stuff. I get that. But the new consoles were inevitable. They were coming. And I think management knew this. They're like, whatever, we're going to focus on this shit right now and get prepared for it. And I think, so I agree with you. Fox. That's great. And that's why I think it increases that they were behaving the way that they were and talking about the stuff that they were back in the day. And even though it led to a really, a laggard of a stock price this whole year, now that we're getting to, the stock price is rising, but more importantly, we're getting closer to the consoles. And they've been talking about this stuff the whole time, tossing it in there. Oh yeah, hey, heads up, this stuff too. But no one cared because it was, and now I'm like, oh shit, they were doing it. Everyone was fooled. You shouldn't have been fooled, but I think everyone just so heavily discounted it. Oh, cheers, Fox. That's great. Okay, John thinks the same thing. Managing expectations. Cheers. Okay, so John thinks the same too. Fox thinks the same. Awesome. So in Trey as the reason Google and Microsoft are so profitable because of their massive targeted ad platforms based solely on the data of the users. That's right, Trey. Good. Yeah. And so and I talked in one of my recent tweets, Facebook was up it trades at what is it? How much? 10 times revenues? 10 times revenues or something? And that's what they trade at. These growth. Facebook does other stuff, but that's largely what it does, right? Okay, but still a lot of sorry, I'm going to jump ahead. But still a lot of inexplicable stuff like no bond buybacks. I missed the rest. In the long term, we'll see what kind of cash flow they have. Right, the cash flow is what's going to matter. That's why I see that could break my thesis if we don't get the free cash flow. keep on jumping in. In the long term, we'll see what kind of free cash flow. In the short term, who knows? We're heading into a selection of all crazy stuff. Kind of stuff could happen. That's right. Short term stuff, right? It's a mess. Yeah, you can't really. That's tough stuff. Tough to predict. Non-zero bid on some more hedges. Oh yeah. Non-zero doesn't mean large. Yeah, it doesn't mean large. Right. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to jump ahead on that one. Just keep running with the thread. Okay, so Trey, I agree, and just a reminder for people. This was my tweet. I know I tweeted this out. I'm sure people are rolling their eyes at me. What's that price to sales? Price to sales 10 times for Facebook. 10 times sales. Facebook GameStop trades at 0.18. Not saying it should trade at 10 times sales. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying these, to Trey's point, Trey's saying the reason Google and Facebook are so profitable is because of their massive targeted ad platforms based solely on the data of the users. Now imagine GameStop can get involved within the console. We went through a whole bunch of these bullet part items, the pillars, Fox, and we're saying how if GameStop can establish a presence within the Xbox console or the Sony console and they have their own GameStop app and they can... Just as examples, I don't know, what can this targeted ad campaign look like? But if GameStop has data to do this, or even just email, whatever the heck it is, email campaigns, or I just mean they have this ability to have targeted ad platforms to gamers. And is it the largest gaming one? Is it the largest gaming database? The cross-platform database? I think it is. Oh, did someone say this? Shit. Did someone say that? I can't remember. You know what I mean? Like, it's huge. I think of how many people, the eyeballs staring at games for hours on end. If I feel like if there were more effective, I mean, I'm not an expert on that stuff. Make no mistake. I'm not an expert on marketing campaigns or anything like that. But I just thought, or even marketing within games and stuff, within consoles, it just seems like there could be an opportunity there. And GameStop is kind of at the vanguard of it. You know what I mean? But because people haven't heard enough about it, they all heavily discount it. I think it could prove to be a mistake, or might not. Yeah, Cody says as long as they've been collecting relevant data, they can monetize. That's right. The data only grows, right? That's the thing. If it's important to be ready for the new consoles for this aspect too, like that data aggregation and stuff, tracking everything. Yep. So Trey, I'm sure that they're picking up all that stuff, piecing together our stories. Yeah. So on the no bomb buybacks, Fox, I just want to add the no bomb buybacks. I was thinking, I think the bond exchange caused them to pump the brakes and everything. Also, if they tried to buy in bulk, they were never going to buy at 70, right? They were never going to buy at 70. Is that what you said, right? The bond buybacks, like when were they going to buy them? Like if they try, I mean, still, that's not just. I think that they had to get the bond exchange done, and by the time the bond exchange was done, which was mid-July, right? I don't know this, Fox, but I've been thinking. I think that by the time they needed the bond exchange to get done, and so I think everything was put on hold. I've felt that everything was put on hold because of the bond it and then once they were done, then it's mid-80s, and then the quarter's not over, and then by the time the quarter's over. We were at 90, right? Close to it? Maybe not quite. Close to 90. And then at that point, it's just not as big a deal to me. But their share buybacks make up for it. That's how I feel. The aggressive share buybacks make up for it. And that said, and now at this point, this people talk about share buybacks now. They've made it pretty damn clear. Like, if they're not going to tender, they're not going to make a tender offer for those bonds. They're going to close them out soon. You know what I mean? Like, they're coming. They're just going to probably be at par, you know? So maybe left a little money on the table. But I actually don't knock them as... I think that the Dutch auction, what the hell was the Dutch auction, right, Fox? I still don't understand that one. And they should have done the bond exchange earlier. I mean, I don't know what was going on. I can't believe it took them as long. And then I'm sure the pandemic hit, and I'm sure that's delayed everything. You know what I mean? That this happened in July, certainly you have to figure out what's going to happen before then, right? That's ridiculous. I just thought, I mean, these started falling in March. Yeah, see what I mean? Like, it should have happened last year or even the very beginning of this year. I kind of knocked them they took too long on that front. Then they 10% rate. I'm like, come on. So they definitely, I don't mean that they're not beyond reproach or anything. Not that anyone's saying that, but kind of give him a pass on the bond buybacks. A little bit. I just don't, not so much a pass. I just don't hold that against them as much as I hold some other things against them. Should have done it earlier. A Fox, would that be a turn? The data is so valuable, it becomes invaluable. I agree with you, Trey. I think, in theory, but them managing expectations, like talking down the Microsoft part or never talking it up. Indeed, right. But we don't know whether that's Microsoft or whatever. I don't know enough. Also meant detriment, talk too fast there. True, okay. Jen leaves, comes back. You can always cut at us, Jen. Cheers. On a week like this, you know it, Jen. As Trey says, big data is just putting the data you have to work in order to leverage against your business. Yep. Not necessarily just a buzzword. All right. Yeah. You know what I mean. I mean, I just think a lot of people just throw that word around without even fully appreciating what it is, myself included. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean that it doesn't work or anything like that. I didn't mean that, Trey. That's why I'm still using them. Like I say, some of these are buzzwords, but I still use them because it gets my point across. Like Trey and I can have a conversation. We know with big data here, but that's what I mean. Sometimes people just throw that out. I voted for the board in the proxy because of I voted for the board in the proxy. Oh, did you, Miles? Okay. Love the value. Oh, shit. Jumped. Yeah, so I agree. I thought that's the thing. The management team, first of all, just new management team, number one. Then that they were doing some of the right stuff early on. Dutch auction perplexed the shit out of me. First of all, they announced they weren't going to do buybacks. That was number one. Then they did the Dutch auction, blah, blah, blah. But then they did the buybacks. And so anyway, it just seemed, number one is that they, new team, then they did a decent job. But then they refreshed the board. I agree with you, Miles. And then I was like, I felt indifferent whether or not they got the board seats. I was like, I agreed with Barry. And I agreed with Barry before his letter came out. I agree with Barry. I was on the same page. I didn't feel as strongly that I didn't. So I wouldn't. I didn't. So I guess I didn't fully agree with Barry. I didn't have enough information. He was talking about some stuff that he was talking about, like the high margin revenue streams, and I was kind of discounting that. And I hadn't heard enough about it at that time, so I wasn't so much favoring them as much as I was like, I don't care. It's not like I was like, oh, they needed to get on the board. I'm just like, yeah, okay, if they do. But I didn't think. Plus, I didn't think it was gonna. It was still in the minority. I didn't think it was going to impact my thesis all that much. I'm like, whatever. But I thought they were doing a good job. That's why I said in that last GameStop video, I'm like, I thought they were doing a good job. Usually, sometimes when it comes to a proxy vote, the management has done a shitty job. You're like, well, this is easy. Get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? Not this time, which is unusual. Trey, I need to make some meme videos about GME. Yeah, I'm trying to do the photos, Trey. The videos, the videos take longer. No, that's Steve. Yeah, Trey, Steve, to bring Trey up. Steve did that recent one that you may have seen, the Chernobyl one. Oh, it's hilarious. Huh? Props to Steve. Oh, I was dying at that. 3 minutes, too? Wasn't it like 3 minutes, Steve? Props. Double cheers, mate. Oh, I can't believe it was one of our own, you know what I mean? That's what's so funny to me, Steve. You know what I mean? Oh, boy. We need some full trailers, not just posters. Well, I gotta say, I was impressed with Steve, so. Oh, so Cody says there were 20 million Power Up Reward members in 2012. Thanks for pulling that up, Cody. 20 million, and now it's about 60 million, roughly. Was it posted on Twitter? I forget. Oh, yeah, you gotta check it out. It's gold material, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I agree with you, Miles. The focus on price, it's not my focus, right? Some people will do it because never have cash flow is king. First of all, for the unprofitable companies, right? I use it more as often like a screening tool for GameStop, and I talked about this in the video. It's trading like 3% of revenues, like 3% of revenues. You don't need much to go right if you're trading at 3% of revenues. You need like a stiff breeze will get you 5x. You know what I mean? It's like. So that's the first thing. And then some people will do it from like the growth potential, right? Like in environments like this, like the past 3, 4, 5 years, like a lot of companies have been trading on price of sales. It's just the nature of certain markets. Not always, not all the time. I certainly don't heavily lean on it. I don't know, but and it's also good for comp analysis. Like what's Best Buy? That's why. What's my damn tweet? I mean, I don't want to go up pulling up old tweets. It's not like it was that good of a tweet. Where's Polygon to make fun of me? Oh, this is likes. I only pull it up because like I forget what I said. Like I forget the metrics that I said. I don't remember. Oh, I apologize. Oh, here we go. I got it. Woo! So it's good for like, so this, Miles, like I've taken a peek at this like comp analysis, you know what I mean? And like PDE is useless for a comp analysis like this. I like revenues as the denominator because it's difficult to like manipulate and to mess. It's like pretty clean. And so it's good for like comp. So when GameStop's trading at 13% of sales and Best Buy is at like 71%, it's a bit of a discrepancy there. Or we can understand some of it, right? It's not like they should trade at the same. But then I also tossed in Facebook too at 1,000%. Trey, this is what I was talking about, right, Trey? If they can, just that's it's the same shit I just said, right? But like it would trade that revenue stream. We talk about the Microsoft part, that revenue stream that should trade at a higher multiple relative to the legacy business, whatever that multiple is. And then this should trade at a high multiple too. It's like this is really valuable. These are really valuable in the eyes of many investors in this type of a market, as indicated by Facebook. But pull up any of them, right, Trey? As Trey's saying. And anyway, so that's kind of why I'm looking at that, Miles. At the end of the day, it's free cash flows, right? I feel like I've said that in some other streams. That is the basis of any valuation, of any fair valuation of a security. For some like PE analysis, that they just base it on like price of sales, right? That's not my style, but some folks do just lean on that. I think it's largely for comps and stuff. Oh, I missed the Trading Places mashup. I'll have to check that out. Okay. Oh yeah, no worries, Miles. Oh yeah, I don't take not directed at me, but even still, it's a good question because I agree with you, right? But I like to share why, like I quoted this stuff. I'd like to share my thinking because I do agree with you. I think you're a value investor. That's how I know we're on the same page. So no problem. John realistic. Well, contrarian to the core. I can't even agree when I agree. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's just a funny line. Oh shit. Only disagree with other people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Dusty ads can be sold to developers as well to help decide what projects to invest on. Cheers, Dusty. I like that, huh? And, leveraging the data that they have. Good point. Hey, if y'all have ideas on this front, I'm not an expert on this type of stuff. I keep on saying how I kind of struggle with these bullet points. That's why on a couple of the streams, CU and EO, a couple of folks have been going through and kind of describing what GameStop could be, where they could be heading with each of these bullet points. And I really, it's like this, and where the data, how the data could be leveraged too. I'm super curious because I got some ideas and stuff, but out of my circle of competence. My circle of competence is there's potential there. You know what I mean? And it could be tremendous upside. That's good enough for me, and then I just keep on going. That optionality. I think the market struggles with optionality, and you see it on options too. The market struggles with trying to incorporate some of these things. That's why you see some of the options too. The Black-Scholes model falls short during some of the fat tails type stuff and some of the fundamental events that get missed. The real question: are actual gamers short GameStop? Yeah, that is a good. We see some folks say that because their gamer friends aren't shopping at GameStop that they don't like it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What's John talking? I want to see what I'm missing. Get out of this bubble we're all in. Force other people to give me their perspective. Cheers, John. Shit, it's jumped on me. Okay. Steve, I was very bored. Hey, Steve, you don't need to. Hey, Steve, you see some of my photos too. We're on the same boat there, Steve. Oh shit. Okay, so Uber says the Dutch auction was to stem. It didn't. The long squeeze from dividend investors exiting positions, in my opinion. I agree with you, Uber. I felt it was to let them get out. It didn't. To your point, right? So now, 2020 hindsight, we can say, well, that was silly. But that's what I mean. They were longer term thinkers. You know what I mean? Number one, Uber, my issue was they said they weren't going to announce buybacks 3 days before they announced the Dutch auction or whatever it was, a couple of days. They said we're not doing buybacks. What the hell is up with that? Sherman said that, I think. We're not going to announce buybacks. What? It's because he was focused on the turnaround. I guess I understand it. And then they announced the Dutch. But then, like, if they're such long-term thinkers, that's what I mean. I think Sherman's, if he did have a weakness, it was in that capital allocation. That capital allocation hat. If he wears that, like, he's in that, like, I got to turn this business around. I see the bloated costs. I got to take care of this shit. I'm gonna need cash to do it. I can't be put at risk. Like, he's in that seat, right? And, like, but there's this huge other aspect of, like, yo, you can opportunistically buy these at cheap prices. Let it sell off. Buy them on the low. But I think Sherman was very, I got to take care of this stuff. And I think maybe Bell was more the, yo, let's do this. You know what I mean? When you see some of his quotes, Bell's like, yo, we're doing, like, and Bell just joined in June, right around that time that conference call was happening. And so I wonder if, and then you saw Barry's letter too. Like, obviously I agree with Barry. And that's what I felt. I felt they, if they had that longer term viewpoint and they were more like the John Malones of the world, right? Or, and who are some of the other folks? I forget off the top of my head, but, like, you just opportunistically buy those on the low side. You don't give a shit about the dividend investors exiting position. I agree with you, Uber, right? I'm not disagreeing with you. I just thought, come on, it was just not the right move. If you have that long-term view, like, who cares? Missed opportunity. If you drop below 10, I bet you will see 13. That's the thing. So that's the thing. That's a little bit of a floor. We were talking about this with Cohen. David Chen is, if you see a drop below 10, I bet you see new 13D from folks. But that's the thing. So that's a little bit of the floor. When I pull up the charts, we're, like, looking at, like, the support lines, right? But don't forget, like, Cohen was buying in the 8s, and then Senvest in the 9s. So there's this other form of type of support, right? Kind of, where people know that there were buyers. There were disclosed buyers up till that level, and that helps provide a little bit of support. That's what I mean. Like, if we went down to 5, we all missed something. Well, I mean, I missed something. Maybe Cohen missed something. Like, I mean, Cohen was buying below. But Senvest missed something, and some of us too, I suppose. You know what I mean? Like, that would be like, what the hell? Again, if the backdrop matters, depends what the market was doing. But okay. Super Saucy says, now is when I want the buybacks. Yeah, could have been happening this quarter. Could have happened shortly after earnings. Chernobyl was the perfect analogy to it, yeah. That's the thing. I mean, we don't know who the shorts are, though. That's the only thing. But even still, I like. So I just call them the robots. Beep, beep, boop, 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 beep, boop, boop. Yeah. GME is following the broad markets right now, for sure. I tried to use the scene with the Red Bull tiles. Oh, jeez, Hugo. Hugo back for BYDDF. Let me take a peek. Why is something happening soon? BYDDF. Jeez. Hugo, when the hell did you mention that shit? Oh, I forget if I did it. They reported about 7 hours, and they have 3 green days in a row. Look at this beast. This is a huge company, too, isn't it? $54 billion. It's up 50%. Here you go. Oh, Fox. But the revenue streams generate different margins due to structural reasons. That's why. That's why I'm saying. Well, just to be clear, I'm saying you would assign a different price. You would assign a different multiple to that revenue stream. That's what I meant. But prices is a lousy comp metric because of that. No, yeah. So these are messy, right? It's not a lousy comp. Well, if you have a better comp metric, Fox, I'm all ears. You get a better comp metric between Best Buy and GameStop. For like a valuation standpoint, I'm all ears. That's right. So I agree with John Realistic Bull. I mean, first of all, I'll get back to Fox points, but part of the reason was I was just getting at it's less easy to manipulate, right? John said he likes it because it's a lot of the decisions management makes. They don't impact revenues quite as much as you can say earnings or even gross profit. I like gross profit for that reason too. That's why you always see me talking about gross margin. But like earnings and stuff, they can manipulate stuff with assumptions. But in your point stands, Fox, for any multiple, right? If you have different structural reasons, different margins due to structural reasons. Yeah, well, if you let me keep reading, see if you, especially across industries, of course. That's why I didn't mean GameStop should trade at the multiple Facebook trades at. I didn't mean that. I just meant that the profits of GameStop should within the company trade at different multiples, right? Because some of them are more robust and sustainable and growing. I would pay a larger multiple of that revenue stream. Now, as far as comps go, in this case, I assume Fox is talking about this case. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. That's what I mean. If you got a better metric to compare, like a GameStop to a Best Buy or something, in the Facebook one is not to say that GameStop should trade at that, but just to point out that the multiples that these types of companies can trade at, that's not to, you know what I mean? Let me keep reading. I feel like keep going because I don't disagree with you. Easier to compare. Yep. Dimitri and John had a good conversation about digital money on GME's financial statements. Good gauge of business strength. And price of sales doesn't even cover cap structure differences. That's true. PE makes sense. Oh, PE's too messy. Way too messy. I've rarely used PE, for the record. Rarely. And that's the thing. I guess because I'm only using price of sales at the margin. That's why I'm using it so much more. I gotta get caught up. Did I fall this far behind? Okay. A high PE means endurance. I'm not looking at that much, so I won't even. And the Delphia and Piccolo cards versus games, and that the percent mix of digital sales they were participating in was such a small slice of the market. Percent mix of digital. Yeah, historically, right, Uber? Yeah. In that it could be much more, right? Yep. That's what I mean. A lot of upside there. A lot of upside opportunity. Okay. Price sales, not so much. If you want to go super high level, at least look at EV to sales. All right. That's fair too. I don't disagree with that. Being a contrarian is hard in this market lately. Yeah, price of sales is just lazy and non-apples to apples on so many fronts. EV, I mean, I would agree with that. EV is just is probably a superior one. It's the one that, I'll tell you why, Fox. When it resonates with people. That's why. I like if you're doing true hardcore modeling out type shit. I'd agree with this, huh? Someone else talked about Microsoft. I remember reading their gross margin is like 65. Yep. And that's the thing. The price of sales. Price of sales is. Oh shit! I'm off the screen. It's a reflection of what net margin is going to be, right? To a lot of these trade at much higher net margins, and that's why. To Fox's points, the structure of the profitability. No, I'm not even like I'm gonna get like I don't disagree with any of this. I agree. I'm agreeing with you a lot, John. I like price sales shows easy turnaround candidates. I agree. Like I said, it's a screening tool. Like I'll see that low price of sales, a lot of operating leverage, and dig in and be like, is there something here? But with GameStop, like I dug in, it was so quickly obvious that it was. I mean, usually when you see a price of sales of 2 or 3%, the company is in dire, like they're about to be toast, and then GameStop wasn't. I'm like, what? So I'm with you, John. I like it for those turnaround candidates yeah. Oh, hey, Fox. All right. I don't know ARK Invest, but I'm glad to hear you say GameStop has more valuation downside support because that's how I feel. Cheers, Fox. All right. All right, ARK is all narratives. But that also, as Fox would agree, it also, if it's all narratives, it also means it's probably like you can have crazy upside. I think we even talked about this, Fox. If like it's infinity, what's the how much up? How high could it go? Infinity, because it's not priced on anything. I mean, I don't know anything about ARK, but. Is that the technical one? No. Okay. No, that's ARK Innovation we were talking about. Okay. I agree with Fox. Success is success. There's no right way to win the markets. That's why I say in my investing style videos too, right? this is my investment style, right? Y'all might have your own investment style. And I even say, like, it works for me as an individual investor. I find it, some of the other styles I hear out there, I think the process itself is maybe not too robust, and I don't know how sustainable it is. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I may have not just come across it. That's why I'm always curious if there's like individual investors who have a lot of success doing something outside of like deep value investing or something. I'm like, yeah, what are you doing? Like, if you were an institution, you have much more like sophisticated tools at your disposal. But anyway, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what it is. If success is success, whatever your style is, there's no right way. I agree with that. I think in my experience that there tends to be better ways, and a big part of that is just the robust process, right? Is that it's sustainable, it's repeatable, it's not just like a one-off. I don't know, but there's probably other paths. I'm just not as dialed into them. Only profit and loss, yep. WSS. Why am I so delayed? Damn. Welcome to the stream, WSS. I don't know what y'all talk about. Talk about something else. All right, EV. All right, I can keep going. GME's next earnings will probably be early December. For companies like GME, you can use I'd use free cash flow, right? A multiple of free cash flow, sure. Usually, I just use multiples. That's what I say. Usually, multiples are adequate for my analysis. Have a nice night, Crush. Cheers. Have a nice night, Chris. Sorry, Chris. Thanks. Nice having you tonight. See you at the bell. Huh? What are we doing? What's futures doing? Oh, getting up to that percent level, getting up. Who knows where we wake up, but it just seems like it was aggressively bearish. Okay. GameStop needs to release a sustainable business model in order to demand. Well, that's right. So they need to earn the higher PE, right? Of course. But I think this is a process, Belize. I don't think they're going to announce just one. This is a process. They've been giving us bits and pieces, and I think it's an incremental process, and we'll get. That's the thing. I think what's going to happen is there's going to be like another news, like another. I don't just want to harp on partnership, but just another announcement that's going to maybe change people's mind, and then maybe even another one. And then what's going to happen is people are going to come around to the fact that they have kind of like transformed themselves, and they're like dragging their feet, and then they're just going to be like, oh shit, it's here. But so I think it's going to happen in time, business wise, but actually perception wise, I think maybe it might just, I don't know. But indeed, you got to earn the higher PE, of course, Belize. Nappy, let's go, Matt. Oh, no, that's the thing. So, Fox, I think, Fox, I'm not trying to do hard work. Yo, Fox. So, that's the thing. So, I'm not trying to do hard work, Fox. I'm trying to, profit is profit. It's P&L. I'm quoting you. It's not about PE. It's not about PE stuff. It's about profit and loss. You know what I mean? So for PE as it stands, just a quick metric, that's messy. It's a closer match to free cash flow, which is the hardest due to. Yeah. Okay. There's always other alternatives. Let's look at net operating working out. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, Uber would. I mean, I don't feel like doing that now. That takes time. I've penciled through some of that operating working capital before. It just takes time. So I thought. Didn't someone else? I could have sworn someone else did it too, Uber. Didn't someone else do it? No? Damn. I think China stocks are way undervalued. PE is what moon snap, cycle over cycle, and year over year. Okay, cycle over cycle. All right, maybe I can pull that up. Cycle over cycle, year over year. Someone did this. Was it Justin? Cycle over cycle, year over year. from 3Q to 4Q. All right, if I don't get to it right now, Uber, let me make a note. You can have an EV to S and PS for a high lever cover and come up with totally different, like 0 versus 10. Yes, screening tool. Just a quick metric to get. Yeah, I'm more like John Realistic Bull than I am Foxed, I guess. Yeah, of course. Yeah, sales only show some of the story. I hope y'all don't think that I hope y'all don't think price to sales is. Y'all, that's one small component of my analysis, right? I agree with you, Belize. It's just one aspect of the thesis. That is critical. Oh, that is huge, right? That's why Fox is tossing out EV. You got to take that debt into consideration, right? Not even just debt, just some other critical long-term liabilities too. So actually, so I agree with you, John. Obviously, don't stop your research at price to sales, but I actually do think that maybe you can toss a low price to sales in a basket and they would do well. You know what I mean? I actually think you might be able to. Like those tends to be the ones with a lot of potential upside. But maybe even still, they also are the ones that go bankrupt. But you might do a little bit of research, just make sure they're not going bankrupt. But I find that those are some of my best opportunities in the price to sales basket. Price to sales for a mature. Yeah, I think I use it a lot less technically than other people. Got to look at of course, right? Super. You got to look at margins, right? Price to sales should be a reflection of the margins too, right? Obviously, if you have higher margins and higher growth, you're going to trade at a higher price to sales level. Tend to lead to overthinking. Oh, okay. Anyone see any modeling on their cost of fulfillment? I have not, Uber. I haven't seen that. Excuse me. So yeah. Is all that premium performance worth it too for outside e-commerce channel versus store? That would be helpful. No, I haven't, Uber. 30% margins, 3 times sales. I would keep going. Screening tool. Yeah, Fox. Most of the time, you should do nothing. That's what the hard work is for. To stop you from making stupid mistakes, wait for the swing. Cheers, Fox. And that's why people have been asking, like, what are the moves and stuff. And usually I kind of agree. Like, this is kind of a reflection of my own style where I'm not doing anything. I'll really focus on maybe one stock or a couple at a time. Really get dialed in. Just make sure that there's a legitimate discrepancy and stuff. I like modeling, keeps me disciplined, helps me think. That's good. Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with. So Miles, and I said this in one of my investment style video, where sometimes modeling is definitely helpful for certain people's style. You know what I mean? Like it forces you to come up with a variable, assign a variable, in say, you know what I mean? Like it. So I totally appreciate that. For some people, they do the modeling. That's why if you haven't seen my investment style video, check it out, Miles. I think I'm trying to look at a whole bunch of stocks and track a whole lot of things, and then kind of wait to strike on some of them. And for that, it's not a good use of my time to be modeling in depth for too many companies. If something looks interesting, maybe I get to that point. But for some folks, it's crucial to their analysis. You know, it's just a different style. Helps you think through concepts. I respect that. Every mistake I make is when I don't model. When I don't do the work, I have no idea what it's worth. Buy at the wrong time, sell at the wrong time. Interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Fox. No conviction when the stock goes down. Wow. Okay. Anyone familiar with what cost of fulfillment should be for a GameStop via this FedEx contract they switched from UPS for? How do you even get that information, Uber, you know? Can you even get that? How would you get that? From another company? See what theirs is? See what, you know what I mean? Oh. I almost caught up. Yeah. Oh, Demodoran's models. John says Demodoran's a good public Tesla model. Demodoran's man, you know what I mean? I say that in one of my investment style videos. If you want to learn more about valuation, check out Oswald's Demodoran's video. He's on YouTube too. You check out his videos on YouTube if you want to learn how to like value stuff and how to approach it and accept the fact that you'll always incorporate biases into your analysis. Check out Demodoran. He always just I don't know, but he seems like a chill guy. We need to better understand what the GME e-commerce business looks like. Yeah, we don't have much info on that, Uber. Not yet. CFO has those numbers at the moment. Right. Small, but the data that whoever post shot improving cadence once could attribute to web improvements. Yeah. Uber, I don't know. Finding the app is worth popping open daily. It's much improved. All right. Their daily deals are almost always sold out by the time. Oh, okay. They got some daily deals now. Remember that website? What was it called? I mean, a lot of places have daily deals, right? I mean, Amazon has daily deals, but it was like Woot.com? Was it Woot? You could get like a particular type of T-shirt any day. That's an obscure one. Or Hoot? I can't remember. Oh, there you go. Oh, did they, Dusty? Amazon bought them. All right, well, there you go. I remember that shit. Much improved. It was a public debate talking about that stuff. Yeah, Matt, do we think we can get some news? I have no idea, Matt. I keep on, like this week, I have no idea. I know people talk about news last week too. The timing of this stuff, I keep on thinking that news is in the works just because we're around the console cycle. You know what I mean? In some of this stuff, we've been, like I brought up that, like some of the stuff they've been talking about for so long. And I've just been expecting that we're going to get more news on this front. But the timing of it, I don't know. I kind of just thought around the console cycle we might get more information. But this week, next week, and then the consoles are here, right? What are we, 2 weeks out? But the truth is no one really knows, Matt. You know, I don't know. We'll get it when we get it. But I do think it's coming, which is important for my thesis. Because that's the thing. So, Matt, I'm a little bit of I'm a longer-term investor than some folks. So I'm not so concerned about the weekly PRs, next week's PRs, next month's PRs. As long as it's coming, tends to be good enough for me. And I think it's coming. I could be wrong about that. Like I said, if we didn't get any more announcements on like partnerships or leveraging their data, whatever it is, I'd be like, huh? But you never know with the timing of these things. I think everyone's really hoping for it because of how it had popped in the Microsoft news, right? But who knows? I never know the timing of these things. Like I didn't know the Microsoft stuff was coming. You know what I mean? Like it just kind of was like, whoa, what was it, a month after earnings? But yeah, you never know. Okay. Oh, it was great before. Now, it still exists? Okay, okay. Caught up again. What? It's where Amazon unloads the old stuff. Oh, okay, at OK Deals. Okay, just curious. I mean, it's been a while since I even looked up those shirts, but I definitely bought a couple of them. So that's good. So Uber's checking that shit out and seeing some promising things on there and seeing that they're sold out. I know I'm trying to see you, huh? I had to. I even missed a whole, but I missed like 2 or 3 times trying to put in some speed reading, you know? Oh, I'll sleep tonight. See you. Ah, shit. Oh, yeah, see you. We'll be talking about MGI. I got it up. Was I going to pop up another one? What the hell was I going to pop up? MGI for starters. Oh, it's up there. Oh, I got MGI up. See you. How is it not in my damn thing? This is MoneyGram. CU had mentioned this ticker. I kind of like that. Oh, the revenue's declining though. Leveraged. Losing money. Got some cash flow. Market cap. Yeah, those weird ticker. Oh, damn, got me. Maybe me staying tired. Oof. Anything? What's I could have sworn I heard some other people talk about this too. See you. Oh, it's got some EBITDA there, but I won't even mention EBITDA to Fox because I mean, if I mention like an EBITDA multiple, jeez, I'll be thrown out of my own stream by some folks in this chat. If I mention EBITDA, forget about it. Which I do use EBITDA multiples. Oh, there you go. See, of course Fox likes that one. You know? Oh, good. Well, you did hear me just say I do use it. I have to use it for some companies. There's some companies where it's so leveraged and it's not earning any money. I'm like, well, I have to use something, and it's a decent proxy. Right? I use EBITDA. I mean, when I'm trying to value a company, I do not use price to sales. The highest I'll go up is price to EBITDA. That's as high as I'll go. I use it, like I said, as proxies or for screening for opportunities. But for coming up with any fair valuation, of course, I use really low multiples for EBITDA. But like if it's super leveraged and they're not making any money earnings-wise, no profitability-wise, I'm like, I got to use something. And it just looks like an interesting opportunity. I'll be like, just throw a damn multiple on that EBITDA. What do we get at? Right, depends on the cap structure, right? Funny is that people. I think the weekend before the consoles release might be significant. 0.6 is from EV to EBITDA. He called it generous. Yeah, I'll talk about. Talk about something different. Boy, this doesn't catch my eye right off the bat. MGI, see you. Usually I like that when something catches my eye right off the bat. I do see EBITDA. Oh, okay. What y'all talk about? Oh, you are talking about GameStop. Okay. Oh, I missed this. Let me go back. What is flow through? Oh, Fox, if you're interested in that flow through from publishers to Microsoft into GME, I got a good check out. You might want to be interested in Dimitri's article here. He gave some good links to something. The hell is it? Hey, this is a good article, Fox. You might be interested in this. Check this graphic. Let me know if you like it. If you like that aspect of the analysis, I thought this was kind of helpful. This was from Dimitri's latest GameStop article. Well, if you want the case for 5 to 10%, Fox, I don't know. Well, Fox, you've seen it. Have you seen it on the 5 to 10%? At least the case for getting to 5 to 10% is this article here. Maybe you did. Just curious. Cheyenne, back from work. We stuck around. We always try to stick around for Cheyenne to come back from work, you know? Okay. Thanks for sharing, Fox. Okay, I agree with you on the perma bear tark, right? I mean, it's absurd. That's what I mean. That's I can't get there. Might as well be zero at that point, and I can't get to zero. Can't do it. Doesn't mean I'm right, but okay, I appreciate you sharing that, Fox. I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, I can't do it. It like 6 months ago, Fox, I could get there. Like March and April, I could get there. Not anymore. It's off the table. We had someone on the stream. Was it Monday or Friday? You couldn't even do it 6 months ago. What I was thinking about, Fox, was when you have 2-year leases doesn't make sense. I mean, well, just to be clear, I mean, I've been long this whole time, Fox. Just to try to be extra bearish, you know what I mean? Like absurd bearishness. If we're talking like, I'm talking about like March and April. I'm talking about Fox when they had to close their stores. You know what I mean? Like when you're closing your stores and we don't know what it's looking, I'm like, well, now I can get to zero. Do you know what I mean? Like I've been long since well before them. But when they literally, no one was allowed to go in their store. I'm like, well, I didn't really model this. You know what I mean? So whereas prior to that, I'm like, oh, I couldn't see it. That's part of my thesis, right? And then I'm like, well, okay, maybe it's time to reassess some of these things. And what if this were to persist for much longer than I were expecting, and they start burning through some of this cash that I thought was going to allow them to get to the new consoles and potentially thrive relatively. And then I'm like, oh shit. So I'm surprised you couldn't get there 6 months ago, Fox. What's it? October, November, December, June, March, April. Prior to the bond exchange, we had no bond exchange. Nothing even announced, if I recall correctly. The bonds were selling off, and had to close their doors. And some negative news out. That's negative as always, right? It's been negative news out there. I'm like, all right. At least I had to entertain the idea, but briefly, a couple months. Yeah, I agree. The cash generation, I'm neutral. Yeah. Well, but again, I guess I'm kind of curious. Even in March and April, you didn't see that. All right, I guess that I'm happy. Even you weren't thinking that. Even I was willing to accept that maybe it was a. I thought they could run into some trouble in the second half. Well, like, what if I was trying to think too. What if the consoles don't come out? March and April. What if the consoles don't come out? What if they're delayed a year? You know, like what if? Oh, I could get there. And then I'm like, and then if they don't get the bond exchange in, the debt's coming due. And then I was like, okay. I mean, I had to really play devil's advocate with myself in March and April. I had to stay objective, you know. And that was those couple of months there where I'm like, I don't know. But now, I think, come on. That's why I mean, we'll know in 6 months if I'm glad, Fox. I'm happy you shared too that you can't get there either, and that you couldn't even get there 6 months ago. It kind of gives me, and then you talked about the downside protection earlier. So undervalued based on, I know I'm with you, Miles, on that one. The downside protection. That's what I keep coming to, the downside protection. I think some of it has been pulled forward, and never underestimate the risk of management doing something crazy like bad M&A during turnaround situations. Yeah, I agree with not underestimating it, but it's also not likely. They've pretty much said they're not doing any acquisitions. That could change. They could change their minds and blah, blah, blah. Maybe Ryan Cohen gets involved too. I concede that. It just doesn't seem likely. Some of it has been pulled. What has been? You talking about price action? Lots of strategic buyers below this price. Yeah. Wait, what the hell are you talking about? Fuck, I missed it. Oh, I think it re-rates before then. But for me, a lot of it will be based on physical sales data and the pivot from management. Probably a longer convo than on here. Yeah, well, I agree with all that. I think the physical is it's gonna outperform. It's not critical to my thesis, but I wouldn't be surprised if they start beating. Cole, they're getting more into PC. They're really getting. Oh, is there a banner on there? They're getting more and more into PC, like hardcore. Based on surplus, I think some of it has been. Damn. Whatever. I'll just keep going. Oh, talking upside, talking downside, talking upside. I like it. Rounding out those theses. Oh, if Miles agrees, physical will outperform. Yeah, I think people have such low expectations, and I think people skew physical in those early quarters. I think people will skew physical. I think we're already seeing it on. Doesn't it sound like it's a 75-25 breakdown right now? And from what I can pick up from some social media chatter, it seems like a lot of people are. It's more powerful that physical console. That's not to say they're going to always buy physical discs, but it seems like a lot of them are skewing physical. And I still think, and then the increased price from the games, I think it's going to be slower. It's going to be a slower transition than people think, and GameStop's going to reap the benefits of that. Oh, sick. Yeah, Miles, you post that, you know we walking through it. You've seen me like a couple of your comments on there. We'll definitely be walking through. And that's the thing. I mean, I don't know how you might approach it, but you can see, like, everyone's, like, Dimitri and Kingdom Capital and Justin's, they've obviously been writing and following it for a long time. They know the story, but they've been doing these incremental additions to their thesis, and it's been terrific. Like, it's just been good. Yeah. So Dusty, I agree with you. The digital consoles are just not as good, but it still comes down to the actual physical discs. So that's the thing. Like I say, it's not critical to my case that they'll outperform, but I think that they'll outperform expectations. I think, and therefore, that will flow through to for GameStop's free cash flow. But then I also am of the opinion of that they have the ability to fully counter whatever reductions they're going to have over this console cycle. I think, and that's not priced in. What's priced in is that none of that. That's what I think. Oh, okay. So Fox says, for what it's worth, I do think Microsoft's comments about gaming were a positive. Anything, if you'd, thank you for sharing that. If there was anything specific, I'm super curious about it. But that's the thing. I viewed both Sony and Microsoft as like generally bullish. You know what I mean? I'm like, that's great. Um, maybe skewing that number. I think physical attach is high at the beginning of the cycle. I modeled some of it out and I say, yeah, I agree with you. I think the disc skew. I think the buyer skew physical. I think attachments are higher, and I think a lot of it. And then of course GameStop is a leader in a lot of this stuff, and that's why the year over. That's why I'm kind of surprised. Year over year declines. How can you? I can't. There's another way of my thesis to be wrong. If GameStop doesn't have year over year growth at the tail end of this console cycle, I think what? That's really bearish to me. I would be wrong if that, I think what? That's right. Yeah. 75-25. The regular versus okay. Digital is digital and physical will have a mix. That's right. That's a good. They'll have the as people say, they want the option. They want the ability to do either or. That's why we still have to understand, as we understand from the early game. That's what I've heard. That's been the rumblings I've been hearing too. Uber. We're probably seeing the same stuff. Who knows? But oh, 7 tab. Okay. Yeah, I think that's new. I think that's new. They're really trying to get into this space, Cole, which is good because it's a higher margin space. It's a good fit for their current business model. So yeah, you'll probably be seeing some more stuff on that front. Okay, assume 65% physical for PS5, and the weighted physical average is just under 50%. Okay. That's right. So I agree with you, Dusty. I qualified that. I think I qualified that before your comment. Just saying that the split may be that doesn't mean that's what I said. It still matters if they buy the physical discs. I mean, for a GameStop type, the legacy business, right? The free. That's where a lot of their free cash flow is generated from the trade-ins and stuff. So I agree with you, Dusty. A lot of them will still buy digital. Yep. So it does make sense. So it doesn't even make sense for digital buyers. I know, right? Miles says, it seems so simple, but right now, the entire business model for GME is based on console sales. Everything attaches from that. It seems so obvious. Yeah. Whew. That's what I keep thinking. I keep on thinking the thesis is way simpler than many people have been pricing in over the past year. Really should be viewed as an entry model. That's a good point, Dusty. It should be viewed as entry versus pro model, not physical versus digital. I do agree. Sometimes I try to catch myself. I agree with you. It's not a physical console. I do agree with you on that. I shouldn't be saying that. Entry model or pro model, or even digital versus dual or something like that. I hear you. The question is, are the bears onto something that the OEs would prefer their disintermediation? I think that we've seen the messaging that specialist retail has a role in their state. I agree with you, Uber. In Uber, I think you and other folks have quoted that's the Sony commentary. I think Dimitri did too. Microsoft has repeatedly said millions of people want physical and some other stuff. I agree. And then that's the only final thing is the actual partnership announcements themselves. I feel like we've heard enough and seen enough that would prefer, that the OEs original equipment would prefer their disintermediation. I think that we've seen the messaging that specialist retail has a role. I feel like they've said that. To play DA, you never tell someone you're disintermediating, that you're disintermediating them until they're no longer useful to you. Dactory. Cheers, mate. Happy Wednesday. Not just today, this whole week, huh? We were talking about earlier. The market backdrop. That's true, Fox. But I don't. If we think management's asleep at the wheel here, management's not asleep at the wheel. That's why they're just not asleep at the wheel. What do customers prefer? Isn't that more important? If they prefer, it comes down to long-term consumer behavior. If they prefer to buy in store, then GME has value. If they shift online, GME will have an uphill battle to add value versus publishers' store platforms. I don't know about that. So Fox, I think so. So a couple things. So much to. I gotta keep. Let me keep reading because this is a good conversation. I think thinking super forward. I want digital. My internet could download a whole game within 5 to 10 minutes, and I could still share the game digitally with friends. And what about trade-in? Trade-in doesn't matter to you, Alex? Trade-in value? Because that's still an option even for digital games. In theory, not that it would happen. The publishers have been telling all that about the wonderful margin expansion they'll get through disintermediation already, right? And I can still get some physical box art if I wanted to. And you can see everyone's already chaffing at the 30% Apple Steam. I think most investors look for a game plan like this is our plan for sustainability. Call publishers and talk to them. I buy 80% of my games from GameStop and all my consoles. Follow the money and incentives. True. Someone have a choice back to the download speed. Right. Someone have a choice. That's this cycle, right? I agree. So I agree with you, Miles. Digital, it's part of the difference is the internet gets faster and storage gets faster, but they create larger games. This is why I thought that gaming was different than movies. It's different than movies, right? The games, they just get more complex, just as this is one component of the thesis, right? But my thesis is that even if you remove the console cycle out of the equation, with the balance sheet they have, the new management, and Cohen wanting to frontier, that they'd likely be able to get the stock to $20 in 24 months. Add the consoles back in. At that point, it's hard not to be bullish. Yeah, see you. But see you. Yeah, I know. I was gonna say. You add back in the console refresh. Is it a headwind or a tailwind? See you. You gotta ask yourself, huh? Yeah, Alex. Okay, for you it's not important, but for other people it is. That's right. It really just comes down to customer preference. For some people it is important, for others not. But you say for you it's not, so I get that. I hear you. Good days of work, yeah. I think he will release. I think he'll talk about it more as time passes. I think it's still early stages right here, but you can't rush these types of things. Yeah, it's dark, Fox. I know. This conversation picked up. I wanted to respond to all this. I'm like, well, now at this point, I want to stay on top of it. I'd rather have a smaller player in GameStop in the mix. It's a world, yeah. See you. Yeah, it's yeah, right. Oh, sorry, that took me a minute to say. Not a tailwind or. Tailwind? Yeah, not a tailwind or a headwind, but a whirlwind. That's fair. I like you should use that, see you. That's a good joke. Whirlwind. Yeah, that's right. Miles says. And this is what people have been talking about. That the digital is a larger slice of the pie later in the console. Physical is a larger slice earlier. This is important and been important to my thesis too. There's a lot of physical. There's going to be a lot of physical these next 12 months. Most shorted stock due to digital transformation. That's what I think. And in one of my GameStop videos, I pulled up that 2011 article, The Death of Whatever it was. These things go on. It lasts longer than people think, I think. So Miles says, I truly believe the numbers show gamers prefer physical games with their new consoles. As the novelty wears off, they switch to more digital. Yeah, and that's what I've been hearing too. I wish I could have some data to share, but I don't. But that's been my understanding as well. That's not to say, too, that the shift to digital isn't even happening over the long term, right? The question is, Fox, though, whether or not they can generate adequate free cash flow to support this current, first of all, the current price level, number one. But then number two is, can they also transform the other aspect of their business? You know what I mean? Like, even today, we're talking more about physical discs. It's kind of interesting to me. When it's, we all know this. Y'all know this, right? I just mean it's interesting that it's kind of, we're talking more about this today when there's the other opportunity for GameStop to continue to exist in this digital ecosystem. You know what I mean? Like a brick and mortar retailer selling some of this stuff. That's why Amazon, you see, is going into some of these spaces. Oh, are we going to go down this? Well, no, Fox, we're going to go down this path again. Oh. How much market cap have they added since the Microsoft deal? How much is the Microsoft deal worth? We already had this conversation first. Hold on, let me get cut. Did I miss anything? I don't think that. No, that's why he put himself. Management team basically told everyone digital was coming for them. Hence, they diversified into Spring Mobile. Yeah, the old management team again. How close the numbers work out. Oh, yeah, Miles, you got to write this article, dude. Let's see it. I want to see this shit. I'm worth the risk and not turn. They announced it like port. Maybe. That's right. It's easier to give physical games, right? That's one aspect. Phonic and Friday with one up day results announced how many shares were bought back Uber. I know, right? That's what I mean. Like, in theory, that can happen anytime. It's unlikely in my mind, but shit. Who's prepared for that? Nobody. Cigar puff until the Cohen man's. How much market cap has? Yeah, I know. And then you laugh, Fox. Come on. We're gonna disagree on this too. I know, and I think this is a fundamental disagreement because of our styles, Fox. I think that there's other aspects to them. I keep on saying this. I feel like some people disagree with me. That there's other reasons for the move, right? The price up, the revalue. That the move cannot be. I know you disagree with this, but it can't be attributed strictly to that partnership announcement. But even still, it's a good question, nevertheless, right? It's a good question. Let's review it. Now it's at 1180. If the market bounces tomorrow, I think that it bounced back up, but you never know. Oh, it's not even up that much. I think it's added about 160 million so far, I think. Oh, what's this? Okay, hold on. We get caught up. Plot twist. Nintendo is already moving to a cloud gaming option like Steam through their store. Requires minimal storage, basically just a launch icon installation. Announced the first 2 games today. Ooh, nice find. This is from CU. Interesting. This is a nice find. Nintendo Switch users tend to skew physical. Interesting. You just put them in an USD to have a stack of all of them with your games. Okay. Oh, I missed what Dusty was talking about. Oh, okay. All right. Don't. Yeah, Miles. If you don't feel, I mean, I don't feel like writing them either, so don't worry about it. Yeah. Getting a busy. He's like, I don't want the headache. I don't want the headache. Less than 200 million presently. Yeah, that's what I got too. Oh, talk about stock twits. Yeah, I'd definitely like some. I'd like some. I mean, cheers. I mean, there's some. I think there's probably a bunch of stock twits folks on here, right? I got to come across a couple of news. It's much more active than Twitter, which is nice. Oh, Dusty talking about the expected. Someone else said this recently too. The cost of running these cloud gaming servers, which is fair, right? But also, what's customer preference too for some of these? Still early days too, you know. But the trend is palpable. Yeah. I mean, long term, I assume long term. The costs will go down. The cost of all these things go down. Hosting costs all trending down. Are these brand new? Oh, Hitman. Okay. This marks the first time for Western audiences, both will require persistent high-speed internet connection, right? Of course. To test the strength and connection, whether it will be able to stream the game. Oh, yeah, okay. In time. I think this stuff just takes time. You know what I mean? Thanks for sending this to you. This is a good one. Talk about risks and stuff. There you go. This is one. It's a longer term one, but nevertheless, October 28th is today. How the hell you find all this stuff, CU? Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. Got me. Sure, man, the big guys. And we didn't even get to the damn charts. Here I had them all pulled up. I was going to go through them. I mean, my quick take is ain't shit going on. Not yet. You know what I mean? I'd see it in the charts. Look at this. Up, down, up, down, down, up, down, down. Nothing happening. Like, once I start seeing stuff happening in the charts, then I'll back out. Oh, shit. UNFI coming back down. Man, all over the place. Kind of bearish. BXC holding up. This thing's been a boost. CVGI. That one's held up well, too. Natural gas kind of taking a hit a bit. Maxar coming back. Still bullish, though. OLN. Is this weekly? Whoa. Oh, shit. UFI popped this week? Oh, what happened? Damn, I've been waiting on this one. Is this it? It's up today. Everything else is down. Up this week. What's going on? UFI? They beat? Oh. Shit. It's a good unexpected find. Any forecasts or anything? David O, peace out. I'm gonna be rolling here soon too. I just wanted to check those charts real quick. I'll keep this up. Damn, that's sick. I didn't get a chance to go through this. Oh, damn. All over the place today, huh? Oh, this is where they talked about the 4-wall EBITDA positive with futures up. We need to consult. Oh yeah. What should we ask? 8-ball time. 8-ball time. Should we ask like, are we gonna like where are we gonna end the week or something? You think you need to? It's about the question. When it comes to the 8-ball, it's about the question. You know what I mean? Like we can't get the question wrong. The 8-ball's infallible, as CU says. That's why we got to get the question right. And what are futures at? What are we at? Up 1. Okay, let's go with yeah. Well, we'll just wait to see that one, you know? We'll just wait to see that. Where's the damn chart? I'm gonna go 11-16. Let's just say if would we on the week 15? Let's say if we do we just want to use price action? Is there something funner we can do besides price? Oh, well, we get news. Or we could do news or price. What day is it? Wednesday? Both are kind of tough. You say 12:50? I was gonna say 13. You want to say 12:50? Let's say 13. Let's make it. No, you want to say 12:50? All right. We don't want to make it. We don't want to have it. We want to have it within reach. What's 12:50? Or news? I know news or. Let's go price. News is tough. What is it right now? 11.8. All right. All right. Well, I'll meet you halfway. Meet you halfway. See me. All right. We say Wednesday, so we got 2 days. So we'll GameStop end the week. This is high. I talked about high conviction analysis. Here you go. You're getting the high conviction analysis, the high conviction market kitty analysis. Is GameStop going to end the week above $12.75? Oh. See if I can get it up there. See you. Yes, you can see it. You can see it. It is certain. It is certain. Circ. I can't see the spinning, huh? 8-ball don't lie. 8-ball don't lie. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Damn. It is certain. Buckle up, people. Welcome to the show, huh? Heading into Halloween, let's ask whether it breaks $10. Oh, the har. That would have been good, Fox. Glad I didn't. All right, see you? Glad I didn't. This is why it's so important to ask the right question. See you knew to ask the positive tilt question. You know what I mean? Over under on news. Some people retrace fibs. We shake 8-balls. Yeah, it's about the same analysis. I got to go with my base case, Uber. My base case is always no news, right? I mean, I got to go with the numbers. I got to. But you get it. It will never. I hope not. I hope not, huh? I got to go with base case. No news, right? And I'll be excited to the upside. I do like Fox questions. It would break 10. The har. If it said it is certain, geez, that'd be bad. But then if it would have came true, well, then we'd put the 8-ball on a pedestal, right? All right, who's out? Miles Hunt. Later, Miles Hunt. I'm rolling too. Cheers. Well, I'll get rolling. Oh shit, 11:30 turned into a long stream. Later, I'm gonna get rolling here too. We'll catch up on our sleep, huh? Let's hope. I'm gonna keep saying. I mean, we got up on our sleep Monday, so we needed a little bit more. Later, Fox. You have a nice night. Have a nice rest of your weekend. Kind of get caught up for tonight. Later, John. Later, Simon. Peace out, Simon. Peace out. Later, David. We still got some folks here chilling. Space Burrito. Always in here to say peace out. Later, Space Burrito. Later, see you later. What's see you say? I'm guessing news this week that every other possible bump from the other factors that. Okay, so see you's on news. Okay, I like this. Later, Dusty. Nice chiming in all night tonight. Disappoint these exits. Oh shit. Let's see. Yeah, let's hope we're partying. Hey, it's night before. Hey, later, Matt. Night before. It's Halloween. That's our Halloween celebration Friday, right? It's our Halloween celebration. So come prepared. Come prepared on Friday. Let's hope it's I mean, Halloween parties are always some of my funnest, always some of my favorite parties. You know, lots of fun. Later, Matt. Have a nice night, Matt. Salary man. Yeah, I know, right? Costumes required. Yeah. See who's coming. Later, Wave Mint. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Everyone have a nice rest of your week, and then we'll just be chilling Friday night. Let me finish this up. Okay, let me get scrolled up. What do we got? Let me do that one. I think I'll do this one. I forget if that one's good. Later, Salary Man. Later, Alex. Later, Alex. Later. All right. It was really sad. I hope not. That'll be less of a party. We're looking forward to a party Friday night. We're looking forward to a party. Let's go for it, huh? Let's go for it. Let's go. Okay. I'm going to go. I think I always go with 4. Let me go with 3 this time. Okay. Later, Eduardo. You have a nice night. All right. Peace out, everybody. Peace out.